I seem to have lost my chat when I first loaded up OBS, and it didn't like it didn't return. So I'm just going to take a quick second here to make sure I didn't lose transcoding or any other details, and then we're ready to go. For those of you who might have missed the original introduction, it wasn't gone that long, but I'm obviously starting quite late, and I did my best to sort of say that would happen on Twitter, but I know that isn't always the best way of reaching out to people. But basically, well, I can talk about the details, at least as long as the game is loading. I have wanted to write more, and one of the things that I'm particularly trying to do is like write even when I'm not feeling like it. Like what has traditionally happened is I don't always have trouble finding ideas for articles, but I definitely have written more when the mood takes me. And sometimes, that's not very hard. Sometimes I'm just willing to put down some ideas, but it's never a good habit to just sit down and write only when it's convenient. Like if I like it as much as I say that I do, I should really make it a habit, particularly because I'm also not above sort of getting stuck on, on a particular idea, or maybe not being as clear as I wanted. I'll let the
ruin has
video
come
play.
To our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence
Hey,
and
Midori.
luxury. And
Happy
yet
New
I
Year's
began
Eve to you as
tire
well.
of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity, until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house, opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
So yes, sorry, I didn't want to... Okay, let's see if I can read this in time. Darkest Dungeon is about making the most out of a bad situation. Quests will fail or must be abandoned. Heroes will die, and when they die, they stay dead. Progress autosaves constantly, so actions are permanent. The game expects a lot out of you. How far will you push your adventurers? How much are you willing to risk in your quest to restore the hamlet? What will you sacrifice to save the life of your favorite hero? Thankfully, there are always fresh souls arriving on the stagecoach, seeking both adventure and fame in the shadow of the... So yes, hello Midori Musha. Thank you very much for the happy almost New Year. Happy New Year's Eve to you. Happy New Year if I don't get to see you when the clock rolls over. I'm very happy that there's still a few people willing to hang out on basically a holiday. I have no New Year's plans whatsoever, but I was definitely planning on streaming. So yes, I did want to talk a little bit about why I am somewhat delayed in... No, not somewhat delayed. I'm late, and I said I was going to be late, but I'm still late. So the deal is that inspiration's a bunch of nonsense. In fact, so here's the thing. Some people like taking the new year...
Trouble yourself not with the cost of this crusade. Its noble end affords you broad tolerance in your choice of means.
We'll get the speech in the monologue. So for those of you who like the system talk, this is your reward for coming in early. Or for those of you on YouTube, for those of you who like the system talk, this is your time. For those of you who don't, you'll probably want to skip like 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, an hour. I don't know how long it'll take. But some people, and I do notice, so the thing that I've been writing actually covers snark and cynicism a little bit. So let's put a name to it, right? It's easy to kind of be too cool for school right now. Twitter in particular is very good at crushing earnestness. It's never, and even Twitch to a certain extent, right? What happens when someone says, oh, hey, I really like that game in Twitch chat? Even in my channel, where I really like it when people are talking about stuff they like, it's like, that game sucks. It's like, and, you know, sometimes I'm just like, you know, I don't know why you're trying to convince me that this is, you know, this is not good. I like it. I'm not hurting anyone by liking it. It's not like some other game that you'd like more wasn't made because of this thing that I like. It's an interesting challenge sometimes to run into people. I'm trying to remember, I think this might have been Randall Munroe, the XKCD author, who'd said, you know, it's easy to sort of kick stuff when it's down, but, you know, name something that is widely considered to be not very good, but you know, unironically enjoy. This is actually a fairly, I do admit, like, this is a fairly tough one for me, because, like, when I think of movies, like, my favorite filmmaker is Stanley Kubrick, which is a very high bar. Some people don't like certain Stanley Kubrick films. One of my favorites of his for a very long time, I mean, I still really like this movie, it's just my favorite Kubrick always changes, but one of the ones that people consider to be one of his lesser offerings is actually one of the ones I think is one of his better films, which is Barry Lyndon, which he made, and I think because he found Vanity Fair a bit too difficult to adapt. It is certainly one of the films that I believe it is one of his few commercial failures. Also, there is something of a feeling that Eyes Wide Shut is something of like a lesser entry in his works. Now, admittedly, I have not seen Eyes Wide Shut recently, but I know, like, Christopher Nolan, for instance, considers Eyes Wide Shut an unfinished film. But I don't know, like, I don't really think that's entirely fair. I also know that traditionally, whenever Kubrick would make certain films, the original response is usually something like, oh, he's lost it, or oh, the great master's fallen, and then usually over time, the weighing machine, the popularity contest goes past, and the weighing machine, again, I always like invoking the Frogs here. So the Frogs is a play by Aristophanes where Dionysus goes down into the underworld to bring back a playwright, an ancient Greek tragedian, to speak to Athens in, this very grave period, and he finds Euripides and Aeschylus. Oh, no, certainly, so finds, it is Euripides and Aeschylus. Basically, like, I always like to say that it's the first recorded instance of a rap battle in the Western canon. Basically, I think the tiebreaker is one of each of the poets, the playwrights, needs to speak a line into a pair of scales, and the weightier lines will tip the scales and decide the matter. So Aristophanes, who wrote the Frogs. How you doing, Uncle Greggy? You must have just finished streaming, because you were definitely live when I went live myself. So thank you for stopping by. I hope you had a good stream. I was writing, so. But in any case, he Aristophanes is definitely one of these kids these days kind of playwrights. I'd actually argue that like there's this view that conservatives can't do comedy. And I'm not going to lie, I actually do have some difficulty finding, finding modern examples. Like the closest I can think of is like P.J. O'Rourke, but P.J. O'Rourke is like old. Like that stuff my dad would have, would have read. Anyways, Aristophanes is definite. I would definitely say is probably a good example of like a conservative comedian. The other thing too is apparently, I've really been wanting to write an article about this. He also is responsible for a mysterious. There is apparently no scholarly consensus on this sex position, the lioness on the cheese grater, which is referred to in, I think it's Lysistrata. It's the one where the women deny men sex until they end the war. But yes, the sex position, lioness on the cheese grater, is present in that play, and apparently, like I kind of like to believe that it's a bit like when House invented the broken cowboy, which was not a So every once in a while, writers like to come up with stuff that will provoke Google searches. So there was an episode of House that aired, which said that House's favorite position was the broken cowboy, which did not exist except for that episode. But inevitably, you can look at the Google chart when that episode aired, you see a spike in searches. And of course, now people have come up with their definitions for this stuff. The House is not the only example of that one. It's just the most ready example that I have there. But I secretly like to believe that there was absolutely no meaning to the lioness on the cheese grater. Hi, Night Valiant. You came into it at a great time. And that Aristophanes completely invented it, and we now have classicists running around desperately trying to find out what the lioness on the cheese grater is. But in any case, you get the highbrow and the lowbrow at the same time on the System Jock channel. Anyways, I was talking about cynicism and New Year's. So to a certain extent, it's very easy to be snarky. It's very easy to be kind of poo-pooing seasonal events, and sometimes for good reason. So I know you talked about this a bit, Uncle Cranky, so it's going to seem like subtweeting. I was going to talk about this earlier, so I apologize that this might be a little bit contrary to something that you'd said on your stream. But in some cases there will be a reaction against what a lot of people are doing at one time, and to a certain extent you can actually see a lot of sympathy for that view. It need not be the first of the calendar year to set yourself straight, right? The time to make those kinds of changes is as soon as possible. On the other hand, the new year is definitely something that is probably one of the broader and more appreciated holidays, right? I'm not that well traveled, so I couldn't necessarily tell you if it's sort of a global celebration, but it would seem to me that it's the sort of thing where it is a kind of a time to mark the occasion. I mean, I suppose maybe in the spring when everything's growing, you would want to set your house in order. But I suppose just naturally, I guess at the end of a year, one is prone to reflection, and reflection inevitably inspires action. So I've never quite been able to bring myself entirely on the side of, it's an arbitrary date and people shouldn't. Well, I don't know if you tweeted this out. I just know you talked about it on your stream. So the only thing is, I really prefer to be direct. I really dislike the phenomena of people kind of being catty and contradicting people but not willing to put a name on it. So I just, it seems to me the right way to handle it is that if there's a contrary opinion, to acknowledge that there's a contrary opinion, to just say it, put a face on it, and say what has to be said, because I don't necessarily think a disagreement or or an alternative point of view is necessarily a bad thing. But obviously I'm kind of talking in the context of snark and just generally various forms of social media, of which Twitch can be included, sort of penalizing earnestness. So I figured I might as well just say, hey, heads up, this is what I'm going to be talking about. But yes, you will get, I'll tell you what, you will get all of the royalties that I make for this opening rant. But yeah, so, you know, on the more cynical side, you can sort of say, well, you know, if you're not gonna fix yourself on any other day of the year, you're not gonna fix yourself at the beginning of the year. And there's definitely a lot of, it's not just that there's a lot of changes that people will do either in the form of resolutions that get abandoned several weeks later. There's a whole industry built around that, right? Duolingo is offering me a discount on language learning because of New Year's resolutions. Gyms are going to be offering discounts for effectively non-refundable memberships. I mean, there's a reason why there's, at least as far as Canada is concerned, at least Ontario, there is definitely sort of a sober second thought law where there's a certain window in which you can get a refund on a gym membership, precisely because of this problem where, you know, people will buy a certain idea and but the reality is a very different thing. Yeah, well, the joke's on Duolingo because I use it more as an opportunity to practice rather than a learning platform on its own. I actually don't necessarily find it all that helpful for learning, and it's actually the advertising in particular that keep it from being an effective learning platform. So I have like a Shams guide, and then I also kept my textbooks from school. So I've got quite a bit of written French material that I use to try and go through it. I tried a couple of their Latin lessons, but I think Latin's probably a bit better. Like, Latin's one of these cases where you really can't do Latin immersion, so I have a feeling that probably some of the written material for learning Latin is a bit better structured. But obviously I should be learning something a little more practical like French before I even try Latin. I really want to learn Latin. But anyways, we're talking. All of this is actually just trying to explain why I'm late, and of course I'm 17 minutes in, and still failing to get across the idea. But I did want to talk about the reason why I'm on this path is because I was talking sort of about resolutions and that, and whether you are of the camp that says, you know, resolutions are dumb and you should be willing to do those changes whenever you want, or you're someone who does do resolutions. There is one thing in which we should all probably be in agreement on, which is whatever your camp you're in, you know, today and tomorrow are the days to bring about those changes, right? The only difference is that, you know, one side says you shouldn't be waiting all year to do it. And then the other side says is like, well, you know what, now is a time for reflection, and I think this is something I really want to work on next year. Either way, both are recommending action as soon as possible. It's just that maybe the other side may be less willing to do things later on in the year. That's obviously kind of mischaracterizing it. So the reason I say this is that I was talking a bit about inspiration. And for those of you who are particularly wanting to do something that might be considered a creative endeavor, and I want to give a very broad definition of creative. So I'm not just talking about, you know, smashing two chickens together until you get the idea that will produce a great painting, but it's not just a painting, it's a performance art piece where you do interpretive dance in front of it, and that's the only way the meaning will ever be found. You could do something like that, or we could be talking about creation as in like just the stuff you'd see out of maker spaces, you know, putting a circuit board on something, you know, a model train and making it serve you breakfast in the morning or something like that. Whatever is creation for you. If you are looking for a bit of fuel for that, and particularly if you are one of those people who believes in waiting for inspiration or waiting for, you know, that right idea, I highly recommend a book called How to Fly a Horse. And I'm actually going to find the author. I have it on a tablet, so it takes me a second to bring it up. Flying a horse is in reference to the Wright brothers, I believe. The idea that the plane taught a horse to fly. Where is it? I signed it out of the library originally, but I liked it enough that I wanted to get a copy of my own. How to Fly a Horse by Kevin Ashton, who I believe is responsible for... Oh God, what was... There was like a wireless invention that... RFID. Yeah, so he's that's his kind of contribution. So like a serious guy. But in any case, it does so first of all, it's a wonderful history of certain intellectual achievements, be they, all of them creation, and in this case, sort of bringing something that wasn't there into the world. It's not just necessarily like writing comic books or filming movies, although those are perfectly legitimate creative outlets as well. But in any case, for those of you who fall into that tendency of kind of waiting for inspiration in that, I highly recommend that book. I actually really like its perspective on creativity. But more importantly, for myself, I do have that tendency, which is I write when I feel like it. It's not necessarily waiting for inspiration, but I sort of sometimes have a bad habit of waiting for the mood to take me. And particularly when I sort of got out of the habit of doing regular articles, which I very much missed. And part of it is, I will admit, I don't think I write as well as I used to. And, not practicing is not a way to fix that, but it is something that I kind of feel, and it's something that I need to work past. So for my own part, and not necessarily just because of the new year, but specifically because I actually read 2 essays today, and they wound up sort of, they weren't explicitly tackling the same problem, but I actually kind of felt that they were... At a very fundamental level, were actually 2 perspectives on the same problem. Having read both of them, I was writing a different article, and then I really decided that this was something that I wanted to talk about. So I think it was around 6 o'clock that I kind of got home and was writing it, and I sort of said, it's like, you know what? I make time for streaming, and I've always... unless I've been sick or it's a holiday, I've always made my streaming days. They might be late, but I've always made them. And I got to do that with writing. So, and of course, given the hour that it was, I was either going to write today and be late to stream, or I was going to put off writing for another day. And so for me, the decision to start the stream late was as much of an affirmation that, I should put the time into improving my writing and doing my writing as I should put it into broadcasting and all of that. So with that in mind, I did say in the tweet that if you are interested, I can do some reading a little bit later in the stream. And I found that writing on stream doesn't really work for me, but I do find that reading my stuff out is helpful as part of editing. So I've got a first draft. It's a little all over the place. It's shorter by my standards. It's still 2,000 words, so it's not short, but it's still it's shorter than what my usual word count is. And as long as you're willing for me to read something in a rough state, a bit later on in the stream, I'd be happy to read the article. And I will be open to comment. I'm not that precious about my writing that people can't comment on it. But that is my account for why I'm late. I hope you consider it to be an acceptable one. We also have some streamers inside the channel. So we've got the glorious Night Valian, who actually I had a wonderful YouTube comment saying, it's I can't find this guy. How do you spell his name? So I'm hoping you two were able to connect with each other. And then Uncle Cranky is back on his ARPG kick. And it is ultimately because he views these as a great critique of capitalism. Uncle Cranky is... I don't think he likes being called a communist. I think he is either... I can't remember if he calls himself a Marxist-Leninist or a Trotskyist. But he has a lot of interesting things to say about how ARPGs are about the violent extraction of wealth from... from sort of the downtrodden masses and the accumulation of capital. And No, Uncle Cranky is nothing like that. Uncle Cranky has definitely been sort of pivoting towards a more RPG-oriented streamer. I don't know if that's going to be a long-term move or not, but I know for those of you who are looking, especially for some off-the-beaten-track ones, he's been playing Lost Epoch, which I love because every time he dies, I get to say Epoch fail. But he has been doing his ARPGs. And Night Valian is a soft-voiced Brazilian streamer. He streams quite late, so he's always a safe host at the end of the evening for people who tend to like my stuff. He plays a lot of indies, a lot of Game Pass games, actually. Night Valian knows I'm giving up some... Night Valian knows I'm giving up some... Oh, God, I get really annoyed by some of these... I just saw a YouTube comment where I'm like, nope, I don't want to deal with you. But yeah, Night Valian knows that I'm potentially giving up the Yakuza series to stream tonight. But he does a lot of Game Pass games and does them quite well. So he was playing the Gunk lately, but I think he's moved on to Lake. Either way, somebody to check out. So I guess I need to actually start playing this Darkest Dungeon game. So we got a bunch of people curing their... so I got a bunch of people who are curing what ails them. Now, I seem to recall we had the Crimson Curse on a few people. Am I mistaken in thinking that? Looks like it. Maybe the ones who had the Crimson Curse died. Definitely there's more, there's definitely more, like the intensity of the mosquitoes has gone up. But we've got a full roster, so let's find our next adventure. Now, the ideal situation for me would be to pursue one of the bosses in, like, the Ruins, the Cove, the Weald. Oh god, how badly do I want to get my trinkets back from the Horrid Shrieker? The alternative is to try and level up a few of my level 3s. That's probably my preferred approach here. That'll allow me to go through the Warrens a bit. So I guess the next question would be, do I want to do a long or a medium? Fresh air in the tunnels. I get an event. The crests are kind of tempting. But if I can maximize my return, that would be best. So I suppose the next question would be, how do I... So I think the medium versus long is going to depend on what kind of a team I can bring. So let's bring along Lyra Zyder. I think position 3 works. I'll probably mess around with the traits a bit. And they're all basically blank level 3s, so there's not necessarily one priority or another. So there's a temptation to go for a Highwayman Crusader combo, but Bounty Hunter's kind of tempting too. I guess I could do Bounty Hunter Crusader, because the Crusader gets a stun, so then we can do the finish him. Okay, I actually like that idea. So... I mean, one of the... I'll just quickly try, because I'm curious if there's like a named... No. So I'll admit, I kind of thought that I was going to... have a Jester alongside, but... I mean, we do already have a Musketeer who's raised to level 6. So I'll just take a quick second here to look at my... Yeah, so I guess the problem here though is like who would I include in position 4? Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with this group. Okay, so first thing we'll do is make sure that make sure that everybody's got the right gear. Actually, one question I am going to ask, I not, you know, now that I've sort of talked about cynicism and potentially have scared people off of sharing their, you know, potentially scared people sharing their battle heal's kind of tempting. I can't remember if that's a self heal or not, though. Does anybody have any New Year's resolutions? Or let's not even say resolutions. New Year's ambitions. Does anybody have something that they want to do in the new year? Okay, let's... Gotta make sure everybody's got the right abilities equipped before I go to... Did I upgrade Plague Grenade? The extra stun is pretty good given the fact that I've got a bounty hunter in here, so... Actually, smokescreen's not so bad. Well, no, hang on. Buckshot's not a terrible choice either. Okay. Oh, party's not fully out part. Oh, that's nice of them. Oh, nobody has any trinkets. Okay. Let's fix that then. Okay, Paralyzer's Crest seems pretty good given how I've loaded out this group. We kind of already have a bonus against Unholy, I would think. Or do we? Gotta be one of the ability. Yeah, plus 30 damage. So, I mean, I can just double down on it. I mean, obviously, that's not going to help us in here. Well, that's the biggest reason for me not to include it then, really. So, bonus damage versus marked. That's actually pretty tempting here. Yeah, so collect bounty and finish him will definitely help out the bounty hunter in this case. Okay. Lower dodge. Okay, well, we definitely don't need to worry about the stun. The scouting chance is actually quite tempting. Speed and you know what? This is kind of a pure benefit, so it's hard to pass those up. Lower speed, lower max HP. That's risky. Wonder if there's something that can improve my blight. Actually, come to think of it, this is going to be useless in the Warrens, because so much stuff's going to be blight resistant, but I'm sticking with it just because it's like I don't really have a good position. I don't have a good position 3 either, so yeah, we might bleed too much, but I think it's worth kind of doubling down on some abilities that I have. Okay. So if I'm willing to sacrifice some of the heal, I can get some big damage boosts, but I was kind of counting a little bit on the damage, so yeah. Ooh, or I can just go for the straight up I don't know, the bonus to accuracy is pretty hard to turn down. Okay. So yeah, this is going to be character building, but and I'm probably bringing too much stuff, but I've got quite a bit of money, so we'll make do.
They breed quickly down there in the dark, but perhaps we can slay them even faster.
Okay, so we need to kill one way or another. We need to do both of these rooms because of the battle. I think what I'll do is I'll go out and around like this, and then that lets us go through the other rooms. It's a slight shame because I am taking an unnecessary battle here, but on the other hand, we're checking out 2 curios as opposed to the 1. So I think as far as the trade-off is concerned, I'm okay. By the way, there wasn't much of a response. So I mean, with that in mind, it may just be because people prefer to lurk. It didn't seem to be that there was much of a response to. It didn't seem like there was much of a response to the idea of me reading the essay I was working on before the stream, which I am completely fine with. But is it fair to say that that is... like, you'd prefer to see me spend that time on more Darkest Dungeon? Okay, then we're going to try and take out the... yeah, we'll try and take out the Enchantress, and we're going to do that before we do any marking or that. I want to try and take out this this character before they can do their ability.
Continue the onslaught.
All right.
Destroy
so
them.
What's the blight look like? Yeah, not too good. But what else am I going to try, right? So... So I'm going to go for stuns where I can. So I just want to make sure that there's no... Yeah, I'll just take the shot. So I think this thing's dead no matter what.
Size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
So that's a pretty good start, I'd say. The hero reads a most unsettling passage. Wouldn't mind either way. Just got you in the background when you play Solaris. No problem, Midori Misha. This is one of the things, like, I always find it really tough because
the promise of safety.
Everybody's got their own intentions in terms of why they start streaming, and everybody's got their various comfort levels with a quiet chat. So the one thing I don't want to... like, I definitely get that a lot of people like having me on as background, and that's why I'm always reluctant to be too, like, needy, for lack of a better term, in terms of, like, in terms of the interaction. But sometimes in terms of, like, preferences, right? If people want to, you know, if people want to hear me read something I've been working on, obviously I don't necessarily have a strong prior as to whether or not people are interested in that. So I you know, in those cases, it's sometimes helpful to just kind of take the measure of things and
Impressive.
see. What are you playing in Stellaris, by the way? What kind of species? Assuming, sorry, I know you've got it on in the background, so you may not want to be able to answer that, but I'm always curious. I've been enjoying the playthrough I've been running so far, but I also know that I've been, just because it's Mondays, there's been a lot of holidays on Monday, I've been a little bit short on my, sorry, what am I trying to say? I've been kind of shirking a bit on my...
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
My Stellaris. I think we're going to do Battlefield Medicine. This is why we brought the Plague Doctor. Although it does mean that we're running short on some of our stuns and such.
Maintain the offensive.
Either way, the stress damage is gone, so now we can start doing some stuns. In this case, the Cultist Gladiator. There's two reasons why this is good. One, there's gonna be an efficiency with the Bounty Hunter, but number two, this is the unit that's about to take an action. Okay, well, it's an easy way to stop stop the action from happening. So I don't think I can stun here. In this case, I need to... Well, I can do one of two things: Noxious Blast or blind or heal. But in this case, I think damage is a bit better. Clone Soldier, Fanatic, Purify. Oh, wait! I think you might have been playing this last time I saw you. That's I like that idea a lot.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, we got some extra blood.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Sacrificial Stone, a stone used for ancient barbaric rituals. Holy water. No effect. I don't see why anti-venom would do anything, but... Cool. Hero is deeply disturbed. Oh, man. There's no way I was ever going to do 2 firewood, so... Gold scrawlings written on what looks like stretched and tanned human flesh. Scrawlings forever change the hero. Finally, something to smile about. So if I want the Red Plague. I do have something that can attack the Swine Gorer. It's not as important to me right now. Though it might be a little more important. Well, I can probably make it work. So, still working on the Swine Spawn just for the... just because of the stress, particularly because of the Bounty Hunter. There we go.
Annihilated.
It's a position to heal thyself. And I will go for the stun here. One, because the Zealous Accusation doesn't really make as much sense, and of course we've got bonuses on stunned characters. Not that we've been helped by this right now. Okay, we'll collect the bounty.
The ground quakes.
They gotta be dead. Yeah. Oh, that's inconvenient, actually. So let's get a heal in.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Getting rid of the corpse is a higher priority
Great is
now.
the weapon that cuts on its own.
So even though these things have pretty good blight resist, we've definitely been...
Ringing ears. Blurred vision. The end approaches.
We've definitely been doing well in terms of inflicting it. Okay.
Be wary.
Definitely going for deeds over the
Triumphant pride
holy water.
precipitates a dizzying fall.
I'm probably going to wind up giving up a lot of stuff that I brought, but it is what it is, right?
is lit. The path is clear. We require
Well,
only the
nuts.
strength to follow it.
So eliminating people is kind of priority number 1 right now. I'm still... You know what? Let's try and go for the blinding gas. Their story is they were created from the DNA of a legendary admiral during a world war. They couldn't save their country in time, so they avenged it by genociding the enemy. Now as they go into space, they are determined to purify the galaxy to fulfill their duty of defending a nation dead for centuries. That's definitely a really... I definitely like high concept sort of race ideas like that. That's really cool. Are you really far into the playthrough, or...? Sorry, I keep asking questions while you're probably just wanting to play the game, but please, obviously don't feel obligated to answer that stuff. I'm just... You've intrigued me. I think I still want to go for the blinding gas. Wow, I don't think that would work. Oh, wow, that's quite early. Alright, we did get a Crimson Curse. Fair enough. I'm gonna mark the back here. I think we'll just focus down the Chevalier. I totally forgot to do the anti-venom. Bonus versus mark. Oh, but I did the wrong mark. Okay. That's fair. I mean, we've had a couple of stun rounds already. That's a 170 resist to stun, so it's very unlikely that that's going to work. But okay, got lucky on the dodge. Nice.
Decisive pummeling.
So Zealous Accusation might be an idea here. No need. Let's heal up. Okay. That was a danger that was going to happen.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
So, what do I want to give up for the Sapphire? You know what? The Citrine doesn't spark joy, so we'll start with that. Oh, well. So we already said we were going to check this this one out. This room we'll definitely have to go to because of the room battle, but clearly we want to go to a treasure room and fight that battle. Okay, I think it's Bounty Hunter with the highest. You got what you deserved.
Traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Masochistic. All right, that's going to be hard for healing.
The match is struck. A blazing star is
Okay,
born.
a couple of stress generators, which I want to be really careful about. We'll do blinding gas for a start. Nice. So if I'm lucky, another blinding gas will actually take this this character out, but I don't think I'm going to be that lucky. I am, however, going to need to heal up the Bounty Hunter. So I have the anti-venom, but I also need to make sure that the actual healing's happening, so... Ooh, not exactly where I want this character, but...
Destroyed.
I'm going to do the aim shot just so we can eliminate stress centers. But we need to do... The back row's got to be focusing on healing for the next little bit. Okay, good. Ah! I'm still gonna do a heal. Okay, never mind. Zealous accusation it is. Wow, I can't take any of that.
Victory nonetheless.
God, I want all of this. Okay, let's switch out for the crests. I'll ditch some torches for painting. We'll leave the artifacts behind.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
I'll get rid of the rest of the torches and... Oh god, I'll also get rid of the anti-venom. So we're gonna try and take this... yeah, I'm not sure how many battles I can go. I definitely want to camp. Let's see how many battles we can fight.
Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
Alright, this is nothing. It's nothing, but I don't want... You know what? Blinding. That's the answer. Cool. So hopefully that gives me a little tempo to...
Another abomination
take out, or to get some healing in.
our lands. Begone, fiend!
So basically heals to the lowest lowest health characters in each case. I should have seen that coming. Woohoo, over here. Okay, so everybody gets to heal up again. I need your help, I'll bloody well ask for it.
Back to the pit.
I don't think there's anything else I can give up. So we'll go without the gold for now. Hero is deeply disturbed. Again, I'm going to try and run this torch for as long as I can. It makes the hero violently ill.
Mechanical hazards, possessed by evil intent.
Right, I always feel pretty stressed out by the Swinotar. So I still want to prioritize the Enchantress even though she's already acted. Particularly with the torch where it is. Nice.
Decimated.
Okay, this is going to be a nasty finale, possibly. So we can do a stun in the back row. We should take it. Consumer Goods is so Consumer Goods is really interesting in that game because it's the the game is improved on this front, but by and large I still feel out of the Paradox games it's the one that really hasn't quite got like out of the Paradox games I really feel like that one is singularly a war game. Sorry, I know you just said singular, but that's I wasn't just aping Wayne June. Like it definitely seems to be kind of a one-track mind, whereas something like Europa Universalis maybe feels a bit more like, what's the right way for me to put it? Like Europa Universalis, you've got a few other ideas kind of going on in that game to make it interesting and worth playing, and that doesn't mean that Stellaris is not a good game, and Stellaris has definitely gotten a lot of depth over its lifetime, but like to a certain extent. Hey Olaf, thank you very much for the host, and thank you for the action on Twitter. I'm sorry for being late because of the writing, but that might be just more content later on in the broadcast. But yeah, like it feels like I know there used to be this saying that like pacifist empires aren't that interesting to play, and to a certain extent I still kind of feel like that's true in Stellaris still. Yeah, no, I mean So I don't want to like go over. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Actually, you know what? There is one other thing I should mention. So I know I complain a lot about work, but one thing I haven't really talked about enough at work. My direct manager is actually somebody who very much has my back, and there's a limit as to what they can do. A lot of the horribleness is sort of despite them, not because of them. But I actually came back to work to a really unexpected thing in my inbox. So I don't like talking about Christmas stuff in the sense of like getting things, because that's obviously not what Christmas is. I mean, you've all seen the Charlie Brown Christmas special. You know that it's more than just getting stuff. But completely unexpectedly, my manager did in fact give me a gift card for our big book chain in Canada. It's called Chapters or Indigo, depending on. So I was out west, so I knew it as Chapters. I believe the parent company is Indigo. So that had a particularly outsized effect because obviously I do not feel very appreciated at work. And that nice little reminder of my sort of direct manager was, one of these moments where I'm like, you know what, I complain about this stuff, and it's legitimate complaints. There's some really terrible stuff, and I'm not the only one affected by it. But credit where credit is due. I really like Neil Stephenson. He's a science fiction author, also historical fiction author. If you've not read him and you're into that sort of stuff, I highly recommend him. But I'm kind of behind. I finished Anathem. I'm going to go on to Reamd, but I don't have Seven Eves. Haven't read Seven Eves. Then I think was it Fall or Dodge in Hell that came after? Anyways, Fall or Dodge in Hell was on the remainder section at Chapters, so I got that for a song, and then I put the rest of the amount towards a new landmark edition of Xenophon's Anabasis, which is a pretty cool. If it was made a couple thousand years later, it'd probably be like a Rambo movie, but it was made at a time when people write. So, but on top of that, for stuff for myself, I picked up a copy. So this is a textbook by Answath Damodaran called The Dark Side of Valuation. I actually also picked up his investment valuation book. Mostly because I do have a couple of financial econometrics textbooks, but they are definitely very abstract. Like, they're not the sort of stuff that's really good for articles because it's like hardcore math. And so I've kind of been hoping for these more kind of stocky focused sort of things, so that I have a better grounding in kind of corporate finance and that sort of stuff. That kind of seems like an easier article to write than like going into some really arcane mathematics. I will get back to the game. So I went on a little bit of a book shopping spree, and I also bought Anno 1800, which I haven't spent enough time to have a final decision on. I was definitely very diverted by the first chapter, but we'll see whether or not I think. The only thing is right now I'm not 100%, like, it's priced like a AAA game, and I'm not 100% sure if I'm getting quite the same thing as like a Battlefield 2042 or, you know, like a new Wolfenstein experience out of that. So we'll see, though. It's come highly recommended, so I wanna give it like a proper, you know, proper duration. It's the first Anno game I've played. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling good. And again, like the stream was late doing something that I've wanted to do, like to specifically put the time in writing. And it's just one of these things, right, where, you know, the reason I apologize is that while it is definitely the case that, like, for me, I think it is a worthwhile thing to put time into supporting that interest. I am also responsible for how I spend my time. And in an ideal world, I will both find the time to, you know, to write and do streams on time. And obviously tonight I didn't manage that time well. But I also made the conscious decision of making sure that I did both today, because if I continue, like, if I always just leave that for another day, you know, that's going to be true forever, basically. And clearly I don't want... I was originally going to replace the Emerald, but it occurred to me that I really... Well, I guess I would need 2 more before that's worth it, so... I'm going to still risk it, but...
If only treasure could staunch the flow of
I'm going to keep the crest.
otherworldly corruption.
Okay, let's see if we can survive another battle. I might go camping after that. Again, I'm trying to also make the most of the torch. Oh, what am I saying? In terms of gifts as well, I got a copy of Not for Broadcast, which I've kind of had on my wish list for a while. It wasn't like, it's not the first one I would have picked up, but I was really pleasantly surprised by that. So that's another one I'm looking forward to doing. But I should be asking you, Olaf, how are you doing?
Be left unanswered.
So much stress. Okay, so at the very least we'll get some bonuses. Ugh.
Eradicated.
Oh, that might pull them forward. Okay, good. Well, that does put the frothing madman in range of a... Nope, they're not stunned anymore. Damn it! Oh, hang on. So again, I get bonuses for stun. It makes me willing to take. It makes me more willing to take those risks. No! Light in heaven, what are we to do? Let's plague it. If I can, I probably want to focus on some healing. Not here, though. Okay, the Gorer is done, so... Okay, that's not a huge surprise. It does mean that I get to heal everyone, though.
A death by inches.
Of course you're first.
A powerful blow. As victories
Well,
so too will resistance.
I think I'm gonna...
Gathered close in tenuous firelight and
What?
uneasy companionship.
Oh my god. Man, I did not know that that was a possible outcome. Okay, well, I mean, we'll just learn to live with it, right? I guess we know who's getting the healing. I cannot. The light denies a disquieted soul. Why? Impressive wound. Let me make a quick sketch. No, I rather like a little misery. Jesus. There we go. Hail this. It should make you feel much better. So we don't need the healing as much. We probably could use... Oh, we can remove a disease. And we don't have time for anything else. So I was going to try and do some de-stressing on the bounty hunter. That's... I mean, that's just life. So...
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. In Radiance, may we find victory. Mortality clarified in a single strike.
And he's due for a heart attack. So at this point, I'm going to try and do a heal whenever I can on the character, just because we have no assurances that any of this is going to work moving forward. Let's... Oh no! Sorry, I should have done the healing. Hello, Tepmine. How you doing? Yeah, that healing in particular would have been helpful. So.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. Executed with impunity.
I can't have a full turn where nothing's killed, so I made my kind of my least worst choice, I guess. He's gonna have a heart attack. We're still gonna heal him up though. Oh, Jesus. Fearful and masochist, or fearful and a high stress combo is pretty devastating. There's no... So the one benefit to the potential heal here is if we get a crit and reduce some stress, but at this point, clearing out enemies is going to be the faster way to that kind of heal. Although healing the blight would have been better. I'm actually going to stun. It's very unlikely I'm going to be able to get away with what I need.
The
yeah.
slow death, unforeseen.
Oh, Jesus. Am I willing to give up 1,000? Yes, I am. Is there anything else I'm willing to give up? Okay, that's a much-needed scout. Okay, that's kind of interesting. This possibly means I'm able to get rid of the shovels. Here, become strangely fascinated by something. I think the remains? I should have looked for the trap.
Curious is the trap maker's art.
So it's almost certain the bounty hunter's going to suffer a heart attack, and it's not even just because of the fight. It's just the fact that the torch is going to be going so low. But I am still going to focus on taking out people who raise stress. Even if I, basically, even if I can just delay the inevitable, that'll help me out. Both have very high protection. I think maybe we try and take out the Swine Reaver.
Precision and power.
I should have rearranged the squad too. Both have equal blight. Well, we can try stunning. I guess it won't make a difference though, because the bounty hunter's already moved. Alright, not great. Have you seen my blog? Guess they have. Let's see if we can clear them out. Oh, one? Really? Not really a whole... I mean, a self-heal wouldn't hurt. I'm very reluctant to do this, but let's call the shot. They could charge us, and that will suck. Yeah.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
So even though there's a high stun resist, I just get bonuses for some of this stuff. So we'll clear the debuff first. I think the marksman's going to self-heal. Well, there's the mark. Not self-heal. So plus 50 or plus 90% damage. Yeah, so clearly the marked is better here. Stun's not going to work. Well, yeah, Noxious Blast. Again, Noxious Blast isn't necessarily going to have a high blight. Well, okay, I say that, but every time I've said that, we wind up inflicting the blight.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
One of the nice side effects of... so the healing is not just about sustaining the party. One of the other nice side effects is that because the bounty hunter sometimes becomes the only damage dealer, the likelihood of sort of a stress reduction as a result of a good hit kind of goes up a little bit for them. It's not like under normal circumstances, I wouldn't consider that to be a major bonus. But obviously, in this particular case, anything that lets me, you know, get a little more mileage out of the bounty hunter, at the very least, kind of delay the heart attack, is kind of worth it for me. Let's do... Okay, so there's always the chance that this is going to go wrong. So I got to think, is it better for the musketeer to... So both of these are healers. Both of them will potentially stop doing the healing as a result of their quirk. But I think the Plague Doctor is the slightly better healer because it can remove the blight and bleed. Or they get a buff. Okay. I already got rid of my shovel, right? Yeah, so we're committed to going... Well, I guess there's two ways we can go. We can go out and around like this. That's going to involve two... Oh, well, both paths are going to involve 2 fights. So, and we know there's a fight up in this room. The only way I could have avoided a fight would actually have been to avoid the... Or would have been to go through the obstacle, so... Okay, this is public enemy number 1. I'm kind of lucky they did the Eldritch Pull, though. So collect bounty would have been wonderful because of its versus human, but it doesn't hit the 3rd row. So okay, let's. I can't stun here, so let's take a moment to heal up the musketeer. Let's try and go for the stun. It's unlikely. Camerooni, how you doing? Happy New Year to you. Obviously, some of you, it's already New Year. For me, I have another hour, but that doesn't stop me from wishing it to everyone. Still feel like healing's the way to go. Yoo-hoo, over here. I think collect bounty's probably the one that I want, until I can get a stun in at least. And as tempting as it is to go for the healing... Nope, actually let's get the mark down. So not very effective on damage, but that's... We know it's going to be a few turns, so having a couple turns of higher damage I think is the right call. Oh god, I don't think I can afford to give up the food. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Do I want any more paintings or busts? Probably not. Although, if I'd kept those emeralds, it would have been worth more than a pile of gold, so... I'd say lesson learned, but how can you know ahead of time, right? That's an unexpectedly welcome development, though. I didn't think we were going to have another torch for the rest of the run. You're still alive, Camerooni. I know you're going to have a little bit more bench time because you're level 6, but I'm sure you're going to stop by the Crimson Cord at some point.
Paid for in blood.
Oh, come on! Try and set up as many debuffs as we can. Just in time to be hard to reach. I'm trying to decide if clearing out one of the bodies is the right call, or if inflicting the mark is the better call. Because really, the musketeer is going to be the only one who can do damage for the next little bit. Let's do the collect bounty. Oof. I'm hoping that means the Vestal will heal the Man-at-Arms. But the Highwayman can do some nasty bleed on us. Oh, we got too fearful.
Madness. Sublimity of the intelligence.
Okay, good.
Been said.
Not
Quickly
good.
the tide turns.
Oh. God, I don't know if we can get this done.
The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
Pass! Ah! So I have to heal the musketeer here. Oh, I'm lucky. Alright, well, now I have to take out the rest of the team. God, we'll battlefield medicine again. Have you read my blog? It's not enough damage on the man-at-arms. So the problem I have is that I really want to retreat, but if I retreat, it's a heart attack on the bounty hunter, so we're not able to handle the the next fight. So killing the man-at-arms at least lets me target the collector again. Jesus Christ.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
I'm really just hoping the Plague Doctor goes before the Bounty Hunter on this one. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this isn't... We're clearly not making enough progress against the Collector for this to be worth it, so I'm going to cure the bleed, and then we're going to retreat. No! 3 rounds of this. Okay. I mean, I have to take my chances, right? This guy gets 3 death's doors rolls. So here's how I'm thinking about this. I'm not actually trying to kill the Collector. What I am trying to do, though, is get rid of the damage rolls on the death's door. So I'm going to attack the Collector. We're going to keep sort of passing through to get rid of the bleed. Attacking the Collector is still my best option right now because, you know, we're at least making some progress on an objective. But essentially, I'm just going to try and retreat from combat. That's going to mean that the Bounty Hunter has a heart attack. But in this case here, if I retreat, not only do I have the heart attack, but I have 3 ticks of bleed that potentially kills this character. So it's like it's a dreadful situation no matter how you cut it. But at least here I'm trying to do something productive.
More blood soaks the soil.
Well,
Feeding the evil therein.
so we know we can't take that path anymore, so it's going to be a long journey. That's a shame. I thought the Collector I didn't necessarily think was going to be a fight that we could get through, but I really thought I was going to be able to keep the Bounty Hunter. The positioning for this party, though, is pretty grim. It's not telling us what the final fight is. This doesn't generate any stress, right? Why? Oh my
Death
god.
waits for the slightest lapse in concentration. And now the
I don't
true
think
test.
the heal's gonna work.
Fast or expire.
Oh my god.
No chance for egress. Will this be a massacre?
Yeah, we might lose the party here.
The sin is not in being outmatched, but in failing to recognize it.
We're so close to finishing this too. Oh well.
A setback, but not the end of things.
So, I don't know. I kind of feel like I should have done better against the Collector, but yeah, that's a heartbreaking way to end the long run.
Trouble yourself not with the cost of this crusade.
Okay,
Its noble end affords you broad tolerance in your choice of means.
the Hellion is not available. All right. Let's start by finding some replacements. So I'm looking for a Crusader and a Bounty Hunter if I can.
A mighty sword arm anchored by holy purpose. A zealous warrior.
We'll wait on the others. So the next thing I want to do is, you know, take care of the people who are going batty. I guess the one thing that's nice is the one person who did get the Crimson Curse is no longer in the group. Kind of cold comfort though. So let's try and take one of my smaller groups if I can. Well, it's just the ruins, so I guess I'm going to try and level up another. Well, okay. I suppose that's an interesting question. So there's not a lot of value in going to the courtyard because we don't have anybody with the Crimson Curse right now. Normally what I would like to do is like take level 5 people to level them up to 6 on one of these, like on one of these boss fights. I mean, we could just take another roll of the dice in terms of locations, and we go after the Shrieker with a group of level 6s. I don't even remember what the Shrieker does. Well, let's give it a shot. So we'll bring Ed Baver for... Well, I guess we want to do as much damage as we can. So let's maybe hold off on a healing. Camerooni, you're in. Let's bring Sharp. GNR slash... There's one target, so if I can like stack up a bunch of debuffs and... Is El Dolby the right call in position 2? That doesn't feel right. Masamigoma can at least throw up on the thing. Yeah, man, it's been so long since I've gone after the Shrieker. I don't think there's like a dungeon here, is there? We'll go in naked. Alright, so it basically resists everything. Let's start with a battle ballad. So that decision not to bring any healing is an interesting choice.
time to perform beyond one's limits.
Nice.
Diminished.
I'm thinking the debuff approach is probably not the right call on this thing.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
I'm gonna try a mark just so that we can improve the damage. I think I'm just gonna go for smites now. Yes! Although I know this thing does run if you're... I think we're quite ready for beast mode yet.
Grievous injury, palpable fear.
I'm gonna do my best not to waste a turn healing this one, because this has been a big damage dealer. Good. I have one turn though, so they might fly away. Alright.
Vision. The end approaches.
How badly do I want this? Am I willing to potentially sacrifice Sharp? Alright.
Fear and frailty finally claim their due. This expedition at least promises success.
Yeah, there's nothing there. That's a shame. It would have been nice. We were close to killing the thing, but... So, Ancestor's Candle, Bedtime Stormy, Shameful Locket, Callous Talon, Martyr's Seal, Wounding Helmet. It's a few goodies. Definitely not a top tier performance on the A team, though.
There is a great horror beneath the manor. A crawling chaos that must be destroyed.
So it's unlikely that we're going to, we're going to send the A team out again. So I'm okay waiting a little while to cure their stress. Sharp, Tippler. Okay, let's see what we're... Oh, sorry, I should see if we've got a replacement. What was I replacing again? I think it was a Bounty Hunter and the Crusader we've already got, so... No luck. And I don't think I need to replace a level 1 or 0 Vestal, so nothing on the stagecoach for me yet. Okay, so we've got a pretty good training mission for the Warrens, or... I can try and take the Cretinous Shrieker with my level 4 and 3 oh man. I hate that I'm doing this, but we're going for it. Cuswalt. Okay, we can put you in position 4. So again, no healing here, but this is a little bit more damage oriented. So, and again, we're not bringing anything. I think I'm also going to focus a little bit more on some of my direct damage, although I am going to go for a buff at least.
inspiration and improvement.
Oh yeah, I should be feeding the dog tree as what? Oh my god, I really should have. I should have checked what abilities I had. Ah, I thought I was going to be inflicting a ton of bleed. This is like the one person I want to get like pounded by the Cretinous Shrieker. Go get him.
A singular strike.
Oh, we might get him. They're dead.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
All right.
Ghoulish horrors. Brought low
This team's
and
showing
driven into
the
mud.
level 6s how to get it done.
All my life, I could feel an insistent gnawing in the back of my mind. It was a yearning, a thirst for discovery that could be neither numbed nor sated.
All right, so I'm not that worried about the the madman, for the simple reason that we don't have any infected heroes yet. But this guy kicked my ass the last time we saw him, so no longer fearful. We got a bunch of treatments in, which is good. So first priority.
In time,
I was wondering if we'd be able to see what's going on. Oh, yeah,
extent
as
of
always,
my
do we
failings.
have a bounty hunter? We do not, although it looks like there's a better Hellion. So
Barbaric rage and unrelenting savagery make for a powerful ally.
I think what I'll do, I'll just keep in the back of my head that I can kick out one of these, but I'll wait until we get the bounty hunter before I do that. Okay. Right, I think I was gonna clear out some of the stress. Sharp will... Oh, they're a tippler, so... I don't think there's any more disease. Okay. Let's see what's on offer first. So we do have a good leveling opportunity for some of my lower... Yeah, we got enough lower people. So this would be the Hellion that I keep. This also helped me make back some of the money. And... Well, that's inconvenient. Man, is there a way that I can make a Crusader work? I don't have any good position 3s. Hey, well, you were part of the good team. What's a good position 3 that I can kick the oh man. I mean, it's not great, but it's better than just having... Like, I know I'm going to be replacing one of these Hellions, right? So... It seems really silly, but actually getting rid of Cheney here and replacing it with the Abomination is probably my best bet, for the simple reason that... Like, I'm going to get rid of this character anyway, and at the very least, the Abomination serves a purpose. Even if only for one turn.
The task ahead is terrible, and weakness cannot be tolerated.
So again, we're not keeping this person. We're not going to invest in them, but... And very happy New Year to you as well. And of course, I've still got about half an hour before it's the new year for me, but I know a number of you are already enjoying 2022. Again, I don't know what everybody's plans were for the evening. For us, we're definitely back into sort of more lockdown-ish territory, so probably not too much I could have done anyway, but I'm certainly very happy to spend the evening with all of you, even if I did do so late. All right. What's this mission? Activate 3 animalistic shrines. Cool. Thank you very much for the bits. The beastmen have erected crude and dirty shrines to their pagan gods, knock them down with pickaxe and might, and impede their worship. It's a little light on gear, but I can live with that. We do... So there's a small risk that we're gonna succumb to blight, because like my only real healer here, like sort of the antiquarian, but in reality it's the
power from their horrid markings and crude idols. Tear them down.
It's the flagellant that will be doing the healing, but the healing for the flagellant isn't necessarily going to come at the times that I need it. So I guess the abomination could sort of self-heal, but one way or the other, I mean, we just need to do the work, right? So no point in kind of gaming it out in my head too much, as we learned in the last encounter. Well, not the last like dungeon we went into.
As the light gains purchase,
the game plan doesn't always turn out.
Lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Is this one of those shrines? Yep. Shrine has been decimated. No Iron Swan for me. So I'm doing this because the bile will hit both. So that's a total of 8 damage per round. And it means that the Acolyte moves up 1 when this character succumbs. So I could Nervous Stab and get rid of the Brawler to move this unit up, or I could do Festering Vapors for extra Blight. Now, the extra Blight's still not going to do 12 damage, so let's...
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Clear what we can. Hey, nice, they missed.
Slowly.
So now everybody gets to beat the crap out of the Acolyte.
Our life is taken.
And that's more than enough to kill them, so... We'll see if we can get a heal on the... Or actually, I guess nobody needs healing. Be healed.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Oh, wow.
Handsome reward for a task well performed.
I can never remember who's good at traps. You are all equally useless. Antiquarian, you're expendable.
The way is lit. The path is clear.
Well, at least I get to Iron Swan the
strength to follow it.
The stress inducer. The bleed will be enough.
Great is the weapon
So
that
that's
cuts
2
on
down.
its own.
It's a pretty good turn overall. I think I'll try and do a self-heal on the Abomination. So that's enough to kill it.
confidence surges as the enemy
I'm hoping the
crumbles.
abomination goes first. It does.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
I also keep forgetting to click on items with the antiquarian. I believe you get more money when you do that. Sometimes you just want to see the Iron Swan. Ah!
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Executed with impunity.
So I don't think this has ever given us anything good.
Brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay, so now I can shut up.
The twisted faces of the damned.
I hate you.
Piled high and cloaked in malice.
It's like they specifically pick to put this guy in the most important intersections to make me sad. Fortunately, this team is considerably more equipped for the Collector. We're basically going to ignore the summons on this one, except for the Abomination, which we'll throw up on the middle two. So the idea is we let the... Basically, the idea is to let the third one... So most of my abilities will attack sort of the back two rows. So the idea is we let the third one rot. That doesn't leave a corpse, which puts the Collector into position 3. So there's one of two possibilities. Either we're able to hit the Collector with Beast's Bile if they're in position 3, or we're able to get the Iron Swan going. But either way, like I said, we'll just ignore the summons, even though there's a healer. Or I think a healer. I've never actually seen this one heal on this run.
Grievous injury. Palpable.
Well, that changes the plans.
Decisive pummeling.
So we better hope we can get some healing in before this round finishes. God damn it.
The tide turns.
That's 4 rounds of bleed this character's gonna take. Maybe if we can get this guy weak enough, we can... There we go. Oh, this guy's gonna be at death's door, though.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
I don't think I've ever taken Citrine. The hero reads a most unsettling passage. Not clear if we have a fight coming up. That's enough to last them the 2 turns, but clearly I'm going to want to do other, or have other solutions. Okay, so we can safely escape whenever we want. I'm not going to risk the lives of anyone, but I am going to try and fill up the packs. Especially with an antiquarian in the crew, it seems a bit of a waste not to try and loot as much as I can. So here's a question for you. I did say that one of the reasons why I was late in broadcasting was the writing, and it wasn't sort of universal interest in it, but
these tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
In between runs, if there's interest, I will happily sort of go over the draft as it currently is, maybe do like a little bit of editing and just chatting, and then we can go back to another dungeon if you'd like. Or if there's more interest in Darkest Dungeon writ large, I'm happy to carry on as we have so far. But I figured while we're on a more leisurely dungeon run, I figured I would. I asked kind of at the beginning, but I think what matters is the people who are currently watching. I know a few of you are really big Darkest Dungeon fans, so I want to, allow for the option of saying I'm not saying your writing's not important, but I came here for Darkest Dungeon, and I'd prefer it if you stuck with that. That's totally fine. But if there's enough people in here who would like to see the early draft, I can do that too. Well, that's nice to have. I don't think we're gonna camp. Am I willing to give up the torches? Yeah, I'm willing to give up the torches.
Radiance,
not quite the shovel yet.
Victory. Another one falls. A momentary abatement.
I was really hoping we could do an absolution, but that's life.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I'm not too worried about bleeding. Like I said, we're able to get out of the... Happy to do... You're doing what makes you happy. It's a scorching hot New Year's, so you're just hiding in the dark with a cup of tea and my soothing... Oh, that's very kind of you. With that soothing voice, both are fine with me. Yeah, so I'll put it to you this way. My feeling on this is that I would need... I would need someone to sort of actively say, I am interested in seeing what you've done so far, because obviously with enough editing, I'll have it on my own. Like, there's nothing that stops me from just reading this out and doing the editing on my own. And I'm perfectly happy to keep doing Darkest Dungeon. Now, if somebody turned around and said, I specifically want you to do Darkest Dungeon, I would not be interested in seeing you do something else. And then somebody says, I specifically would like to see you do this, then I'm going to have to, kind of weigh the odds or whatever. But yeah, it's more of a nice to have because I brought it up. Like I said, there's nothing... I guess it's like doing an early access game. For some people, they're into that. For other people, they're not. I don't do writing on stream anymore because I didn't really find that worked for me. But I do find the process of reading out something that I've written is good for editing, and so I can do part of that editing process on the broadcast. And so what you're saying is all I have to do is say you want to see me play Ark, and not this is it would work. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll play Ark. Tell you what, I'll play Ark if Miss Ariella is playing Ark and we can play together. Oh god, I shouldn't say that because she might actually play. Let's replace the Jade. So we'll go to the Curio, but we're not going to go any further. I don't see a whole lot of value in doing that battle. Okay, well.
Robbed of their ridings, the swine will grow ever more ignorant. If such a thing were possible.
Good round for cash. I might want to start killing some quirks in the A-team. Well, we got another level 3. So I gotta remember I'm potentially killing the Abomination depending on what we get. So
the twisting tunnels no longer exhale the toxic stench of degeneracy.
I'm taking this as sticking with Darkest Dungeon. Just as a heads up. West Side residents have expressed relief at the abatement of the nauseating odor emanating from ancient aqueducts. But again, if it's turning out different than you want, speak up and I'll definitely spend it. Again, it's 2,000 words, so it's not like short, but it's not the whole evening. But I'm gonna proceed, assuming that we're gonna continue with Darkest Dungeon for about another hour. Okay, so if we go into the Warrens, more XP and extra damage, so very high priority. As always, let's see if we've got a bounty hunter. We do not. So what kind of missions do we have in the Warrens? Veteran, champion. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do some. Well, I say it wouldn't hurt, but I don't have any level 5s. But it seems to me like we can raise some people up to level 5. Does this work in level 3? Yeah, works in number 3. So Monfique won't come along, but we can bring in a number 3. Or sorry, number 4. So Kozwalt's kind of tempting, especially with the XP. Sungif is probably the better choice because there's something more of a dedicated 4. This is just the sacrificial stat. Well, I can replace that with Weakening Curse, though. Yeah, I'll bring Sungif. Okay, let's deal with my other priorities. So Lyraziter needs to de-stress. A skilled gambler. I know where I'm sending you. Everything else kind of seems a little excessive. Well, here's what I'll do. Again, I'm not crazy about the... Or actually, I haven't upgraded the sanitarium. Well, because I don't have the okay, actually, that's one thing for me to remember. I want to try and prioritize busts, because that's the last thing that will improve the patient cells. Okay, so let's take the top people. God, I want to get rid of all of these. Camerooni. I think zoophobia is something I'm willing to kill. Okay. I mean, if you're up for it, Olaf, I don't think it'll be that long, so... My apologies to those of you who were getting ready for Darkest Dungeon. This won't take too long. Olaf also gets like special special priority. Sorry, I know I shouldn't talk about favorites, but okay. So, a little background on this. As it turns out, so the last couple of times I've today there was a senior I mean, I can speak a little more freely as to who it is, but there's like someone at work who outranks me who recommended a book called The Basic Laws of Human Stupidity. This is an essay by Carlo Cipolla. He's an Italian economic historian. He died in 2000, but this is sort of a reprint of an essay that he wrote in 1976. And some of you may have... I guess I'm not listed as... I guess I'm not really listed as mature audiences only. So Harry Frankfurt's got an essay called On BS, and it has actually a very precise definition of what BS is. He uses the full word, but it feels like it's kind of towing the line in terms of content for Twitch to say that out loud. So I will use the abbreviation. So for those of you that have read that essay, to a certain extent, The Basic Laws of Human Stupidity has sort of a similar flavor in that it actually gives a precise definition as to what stupidity is, and then it sort of writes an essay expanding on it. And what I noticed was, after I read this, it reminded me of an essay, so I read this essay today, and I actually had read an earlier essay, which I sort of felt attacked what I thought sort of the central part of this essay. I actually have the book in my hand right now. What The Basic Laws of Human Stupidity was trying to address, but from a different direction. So the thing is, I don't really like a lot of reviews that I read. A lot of reviews tend to be... a lot of reviews just tend to be like, meh, I didn't like this, or meh, I like this. And it's like, well, I don't really care. Like, engage with it. I do subscribe to Foreign Affairs, which actually has excellent book reviews. I generally feel like I'm much better informed about the subject on which they are reviewing. But the thing is, like, I know I'm not good enough to be able to... I know I'm not really able to do that. So, but the thing is that, like, the way that the way at least that I used to kind of handle topics that I was thinking through is I'd usually write about them. So I guess the best that I can sort of say is that because I don't like writing in books, and this is a library book, this is kind of what counts for marginalia for me. And what I'm trying to do is to take these two essays that I wound up reading today. Again, I didn't do so with the intention of writing about them, and I didn't necessarily do so because I thought they were on the same topic. It just happens to be that both of these things were, kind of apropos. And so this was what I spent some time before cast writing. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to write out... So this is the first draft. I haven't looked at it again yet. If there's something particularly noteworthy for me to edit, I will take the time to go in and adjust it. If I don't feel that it's that important for me to edit at the moment, I'll maybe just write down a note or something like that. And if nothing else, you get an early view at something that I will be posting online later. So, is the man in the arena stupid? After reading two essays. Someone occupying a senior position at work recommended The Basic Laws of Human Stupidity by Carlo Cipolla, economic historian at Berkeley. Anyone familiar with a certain type of office already knows the punchline. The book appears to have been misconstrued as an instruction manual by those in a position to bring about positive change. So already I want to make a change to that. Yes, okay, the punchline I'm trying to talk about here is that this is a pretty senior person at work. I'm trying not to, be too specific on who it is. But yeah, they've completely missed the point of this book. It's much easier to say that people are idiots then admit you yourself are an idiot. But the really embarrassing thing is that the person who recommended this to me definitely fits the definition inside of this book. So I don't know how I'm going to rewrite the sentence, but I need to. Sapola's essay is amusing, and there is some profit to be had in reflecting on his definitions, though, as these notes will indicate, they may not sustain a long train of thought. The essay was originally published privately and distributed among friends in 1976, and so it is likely not intended to bear too much scrutiny. As such, Nassim Nicholas Taleb's foreword does it a disservice by insisting the laws are rigorously obtained and that the book is not a joke. Having read Taleb's jabs at economists before, I found the foreword tiresome and would recommend skipping it, but I also know I am very much not Taleb's intended audience. What does interest me is how three intelligent, in the colloquial sense, not Sapola's definition, people come away with such contradictory views from a work that has, as described by the foreword, a formal axiomatic definition of what stupid means. Taleb's foreword is the easiest case to deal with. He is simply misinforming the reader. The laws of stupidity are not rigorously obtained within the text, and doing so would have likely spoiled the fun. It is of course possible that Taleb is referring to Sapola's research prior to the essay, but I'm unclear how he would know some 45 years after the original publication, and Sapola died in 2000 and so cannot settle the issue. The workplace is more illustrative and considerably more fraught, given that three of the categories the essay defines, intelligence, stupidity, helplessness, and banditry, might be considered career-limiting terms when applied to individuals in more senior positions. Sapola's definitions come from two axes: private benefit, as experienced by whoever is taking the action, and the benefits to those who are acted upon, as experienced by whoever is on the receiving end. Those who produce a benefit to themselves and others are classified as intelligent. Those who accrue benefits to themselves while causing losses for others are bandits, and those who benefit others at a loss to themselves are helpless. A stupid person gets a decidedly Platonic definition as one, quote, who causes losses to another person or group of persons while himself deriving no gain or even possibly incurring losses. So I also need to rewrite this sentence. What I mean by Platonic is that this is more or less Socrates. Like Socrates in the Republic makes the argument that no one willingly performs an evil action, that evil actions are only done out of ignorance, because evil actions essentially bring about harm to yourself. So this is like, I don't know if Sapola is specifically referencing the Republic here, but I did want to, like, so the reason why I called it the Platonic definition with a capital P, not small lowercase p, which I have no idea why, like, non-sexual love is attributed to Plato, because read Plato. The Phaedrus and Symposium definitely do not fit what we associate with Platonic love. But yeah, the one thing I wanted to avoid was like a parenthetical remark saying, oh, look at me, I've read the Republic, but this is not clear in terms of what I mean. So anyways, stupid person gets a decidedly Platonic definition as one, quote, who causes losses to another person or group of persons while himself deriving no gain and even possibly incurring losses. The other laws focus on the distribution and danger posed by stupid people, and the essay concludes with a macro analysis about how societies flourish. I need to add a how there. Actually, I can do that now. And the essay concludes with a macro analysis about how societies flourish or decline dependent on how well they manage the historically invariant proportion of stupid people. I probably need to break that sentence up. The essay is fun, but fun does not mean that there is not a point to be made. I probably need to change the negatives in that. Defining stupidity allows the reader to classify friends and colleagues, and indeed are encouraged to do so with the charts in the back, as well as reflect on the more serious arguments Sapola makes about the dangers of stupidity and its ability to halt societal progress. The difficulty is that while stupidity may be clearly defined, benefit is not, and so the reader is given considerable latitude in terms of what they define as selfish. Yeah, well, I'm certainly not saying that Sapola is making a good argument or that Plato's making a good argument, but yeah, certainly it is not a I don't feel it's a very defensible one. I just happen to think it's a position that has a long intellectual tradition. Although, obviously, first of all, welcome Erasmus, and two, I know better than to debate philosophy with somebody with Erasmus in the title. At the workplace, the individual who recommended the work was given a clear harm resulting from a proposed change. I should say was told about. This harm was acknowledged, but ultimately dismissed in the name of some kind of progress. By the essay's definition, this individual must be defined as stupid or a bandit. They likely think of themselves as neither, though would likely opt for bandit. Readers familiar with this sort of workplace likely know that the proposed the proposed benefits never materialize and may propose an alternative definition. This is again me sort of dancing around the fact that I am talking about coworkers. So I am debating on this. I think I should say if I'm going to write about something, I should just write about it clearly and not dance around the workplace side. But it is kind of fun to tiptoe around it inside of the essay. Cipolla is clear in Chapter 3 that the benefits are measured from the perspective of the individuals or groups along their respective axes. That is, the person taking the action measures their gains or lack thereof, and the benefits of the individual or group affected are measured by the perspective of those affected. There's a famous road paved with good intentions, and so Cipolla may be right not to include intentions or expectations in the calculation, but, beyond the lack of specificity in defining benefit, the focus on outcome is the other hurdle that prevents the essay from inspiring more reflection than it should. This brings me to the question posed in the title of these notes. Is Roosevelt's man in the arena stupid? Shortly before accepting his Nobel Prize, Theodore Roosevelt gave a speech at the University of Paris, also known as the Sorbonne, titled Citizenship in a Republic, better known as the Man in the Arena speech due to a particularly quotable passage. Here's a quote from Citizenship in a Republic. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. While comforting to those stinging from a failed venture and much needed sentiments at a time when snark has become a substitute for doing anything interesting, it is also worth noting that Richard Nixon, who referenced the quote directly in his resignation address, and Ed Wood may be counted as men in the arena. Cipolla's final law is that the stupid person is the most dangerous person, while reading the rest of the speech will clearly show that Roosevelt considers the characteristic of the bandit to be fatal to a republic. With a focus on outcomes, it is inevitable that some of the men in the arena must be stupid men. Not every enterprise is successful, yielding no benefit to the individual and denying society the resources that would have otherwise been put to more productive use. As with the workplace example, there may be some dancing around the definition of benefit, but clearly some failures, when measured by outcome, will be pure cost and no benefit. Both Cipolla and Roosevelt present their cases in a macro context, highlighting the conditions under which a society thrives or declines, but one is far more accepting of failure than another. This puts me in mind of another essay that I read on the same day, Innovation Starvation by Neal Stephenson, originally for the World Policy Institute, but I found it in his collection of short works called Some Remarks. Stevenson addresses the fact that we are less capable of getting important things done than we were previously. Stevenson is hardly alone in this estimation, as the relative stagnation of productivity, despite technological progress, is something of an open question in economics. Robert Gordon's The Rise and Fall of American Growth, the U.S. Standard of Living Since the Civil War, offers a readable perspective on this. And many of the counterexamples appear to be retreading achievements from the time Stevenson identifies as being innovative, an observation he makes directly in the essay. At the risk of oversimplifying, the culprit for Stevenson is an unwillingness to take on risk. There's certainly no shortage of lip service paid to risk takers, but any survey of managers for projects that were bold undertakings but ultimate failures will inevitably come up short, either due to the risk-tolerant managers being replaced, or, more likely, due to the existing manager's own self-preservation. In an earlier essay, Locked In, printed as Space Stasis and Slate, Stevenson gives examples of better alternatives, or improvements on, rockets that simply cannot be attempted due to the inability to get launch insurance on even a technically perfect alternative due to the absence of a track record. Mathematically, we are ignoring a global maximum in the pursuit of a local minimum, but Stevenson already took the better analogy of being unwilling to go into a valley to reach a higher hill. I might want to rephrase the analogy. I'll probably say stated, right, actually. I'm not going to do like all of the adjustments now, but the simple ones I'll do here. Stevenson's arguments may seem a bit dated. The essays are 10 years old, given how failure seems to be almost totemic in Silicon Valley. And indeed, venture capital, best personified through Y Combinator. This is a link to a Wired article that talks quite a bit about Y Combinator's effect on venture capital, is largely predicated on a handful of outsized successes compensating for a majority of failures. While this is a greater willingness to fail than may be found in incumbents, I probably should clarify like incumbent businesses. This is something of an actuarial approach to financing, and it will prioritize a certain kind of endeavor. Important undertakings that do not offer an exceptional return, the unicorns and now decacorns, are simply not considered. For example, treating orphan diseases is undoubtedly important, but by definition, will not attract the attention of venture capital. I should clarify here, orphan diseases this is a specific definition, so they're not just rare diseases, but orphan diseases are actually ones specifically identified as ones for which the financial gains for treating them do not exceed the cost of research. Whereas rare diseases are ones where it's possible for there to be a return, but it may not be worth it for other reasons for pharmaceutical companies. So orphan diseases here, when I say by definition, that's because it's the definition of orphan diseases. Again, I'm trying to explain the links that are included inside here. Anyways, for instance, treating orphan diseases is undoubtedly important, but by definition will not attract the attention of venture capital. And while rare diseases do attract investor attention, the results are not always to the public's liking. And I'm sure you can probably already guess, but this is Valent Pharmaceuticals and Martin Shkreli. These are the two links. This view of failure is likely closer to Roosevelt's than Sepola's, but it is difficult to see this as an antidote to the greater issue of innovation stagnation highlighted in Stevenson's article. Sepola's essay is fun and provocative, but its pleasures wear off the longer one reflects on its arguments. Defining something is a great way to examine it, and so the basic laws of human stupidity is useful in this regard, even if it is ultimately a ladder that we kick away once climbing. The ultimate limitation is that, insofar as one can define benefits, the focus on outcomes is too limiting and likely the cause for stagnation rather than the antidote. Stevenson seems closer to the mark, even if it seems like we're more willing to toast the crazy ones. This is the reference to the Apple ad than we actually are, and I forgot the justification, so I'm almost done. Roosevelt's speech concerned many more qualities than going into the arena. The full speech certainly isn't as memorable as the quotation. Some of the views expressed are certainly untimely, and not only due to some kind of lack of public spiritedness. Even so, there are still virtues that can be extracted from the speech that do speak to the flourishing of society. Patents serve an important role in ensuring a continuing supply of pharmaceutical innovation, but Alexander Fleming did not pursue the financial rewards from discovering penicillin and was incensed upon hearing of American patents on penicillin production. The speech contains admiration for the profit motive, but does not assign it any higher priority than any of the other virtues. Basic research is foundational to the kinds of innovations that ultimately produce the kinds of products that venture capitalists will seek to finance, but do not necessarily generate any significant returns themselves. As with most problems, this kind of problem is complicated, and so does not lend itself to a soundbite solution, another hazard cautioned against in Citizenship in a Republic. As amusing as it is to read, it's hard to see the republication of The Laws of Basic Human Stupidity and its bestseller status 45 years after its initial run as a particularly encouraging sign that we're looking for the right solutions. I think I'll just say encouraging here. Certainly, the person who recommended it to me would not like to have Sepola's lens pointed towards them, and I have no intention of pressing the matter. But it does mark the essay as one likely to be more appealing to someone willing to point out a strong person stumbling rather than getting into the arena themselves. It's always easier to call other people stupid and to provide definitions broad enough to flatter the audience. This is not entirely Sepola's fault, and likely not his intent, but then, by his standard, the outcome is what matters. Both Sepola and Roosevelt seem to be in agreement that society will flourish or decline based on the actions of the total population, but I would rather tend to myself. I would rather tend to myself and get in the arena than find myself in good company jeering on the sidelines. And I may change the good company jeering on the sidelines and use a more direct quote to the man in the arena portion of the speech. So one of the problems with citizenship in a republic is that this is really, like, this quote I've seen a lot. It's kind of hard to say that the rest of the speech really lives up to the quotability of this one here. Like, I generally don't disagree with a lot of what Roosevelt says in it. Roosevelt's perspective is that if you live in a democracy, so if you don't live in a democracy, then really the flourishing of the society does depend on a relatively small number of people. Whereas if you do live in, you know, a republic and a democracy, and of course he's giving the speech in France, that there are certain virtues that you need to cultivate. And like the reason why I say some of them are untimely, like he's really big on having like big families and like siring the next generation, and like for him voluntarily not having children is supreme selfishness, and you need to like that's a super bad thing and should be condemned. And I definitely think that that is a not an attitude that people will particularly like nowadays. And I'm not entirely sold that that's... So I'm like the idea of birth rate, I actually do think that the birth rate needs to go up, and I'm not entirely sure that we should ignore that problem, but I'm maybe not at the point of like shaming people who don't want to have children. I think there are probably other reasons why that's happening. Tolerance of failure is also biased. The fail early, fail often term, so often touted, is more rarely accepted where it would be beneficial, new concepts and new projects, as opposed to where it's the same failure being done over and over again. Senior management and the required to seeing it work before implementing it. I hate hearing it in a professional capacity because the people who say it have no intention of following through its intent. Yeah, I mean, I tried to touch on that a little bit. And again, I probably need to be clearer on that. By the way, thank you for feedback. Like, I am interested in people's thoughts. But yeah, when I talk about the lip service paid to risk takers, like the fact of the matter, like even in my own workplace, right? So again, like I know better. Like the thing is that I may be unhappy in my workplace, but I don't want to be like a bad worker, and I don't want to be unnecessarily like disagreeable in the environment. So like I definitely have heard exactly what you're talking about in my workplace, and the question I want to ask of the senior managers who say that is, can you give me an example of a big project that you allowed to fail? Because we've got a lot of very crappy projects, which are pet projects, and they're clearly not delivering what the people originally promised. And those things are just being like rammed down the throats of a group of people. Like these are people who are spending a month to try and get this thing working. And then you multiply that, I think it's like a group of 10 people who are doing this thing. So that represents almost a year of person hours because somebody was unwilling to say, I know this is a pet project and it looked really promising, but this isn't delivering. So in this case, like this is almost the worst one where I would have preferred it to fail. Well, I mean, I'm actually not affected by this, fortunately, but like this is one of the things you'd kind of prefer to fail because forcing it through is even more harmful. But even then, like, you know, I've definitely heard more than a few times, you know, oh, you can't do that, as in like an assessment of my ability to pull it off, because it's a big project and they don't already have an idea of how it works. And of course, for me, this is the thing that I'm already familiar with. Also, you'll notice in my tabs, I did a Google search for decacorn to make sure that that was actually a term. But yes, 2021 was apparently the year of the decacorn. So, I don't know, like, the essay's all over the place. I clearly need to tighten up the writing. Like, definitely it reads like something that I was kind of trying to bang out before stream. But it's my effort to try and put together what was a curious little combination of two readings that seem to be dealing with kind of our inability, or at least our the importance of managing our attitudes towards failure, and it feels like the basic laws of human stupidity basically doesn't want people to fail. This is very much a book that seems to be full of, like, not explicitly, but definitely seems to be full of the kinds of cautions that Stevenson is talking about in his Innovation Stagnation essay. I don't know, the more I was thinking about the contrast between the two, the more I remembered the Citizenship in a Republic, and specifically some of the other stuff that Roosevelt talks about that are related to what being in the arena means and what citizenship in the Republic means. And I was ultimately more convinced by his vision than one that sort of says, you know, only measure the outcomes by the individuals affected and the ones taking the action, and the ones that produce loss to no gain are stupid. So if there's nothing else, I'll read out Cam Rooney's, but get your final comments in, because if there's nothing after that, I'm going to jump back to Darkest Dungeon. We were migrating to a new web system. We were a week away from it going live, and management decided it was not fit for purpose and would be put out to tender. So we thought that meant we would instead focus on the new one. Instead, we had to implement it and use it for 2 years due to budget being spent, despite it being known that it was not suitable, and everybody was already comfortable and happy with the previous one. Oh, those are the worst. The same management who also said it would be sufficient, despite those working with it saying it would not. So I'm well versed in this concept. Yeah, well, I mean, like, if I didn't feel that this was a very widespread problem, I wouldn't have included my workplace stuff. But I definitely feel like there are quite a few people who have had to deal with management that either doesn't know or doesn't care, or is doing an optimization for something other than getting the work done. And so I felt that, you know, being able to talk about my own work situation was good. You know, the thing that's a shame is there are actually some workplaces that are very good at handling this stuff. I wasn't crazy about the bank that I worked at, especially at the end, but so I worked for RBC for a while, which I believe is the biggest bank in Canada, and so the current CEO is a guy named Dave Mackay. And when I worked there, he was the head of Canadian banking. Traditionally, the head of Canadian banking usually winds up becoming the CEO, but not always. The guy before him, Gord Nixon, came out of the investment banking side. Dave Mackay, so far as I could tell, had a $1 billion project. And when it... So basically, when they did a test and they found that customer satisfaction was down as a result of it, canceled the project. So that is like a $1 billion already spent, and the thing is gone. Now, I'm not going to hold up RBC as, you know, a great corporate citizen. I know, like, you know, Canadian Telecom and Canadian banks are like two very easy to hate institutions. I would argue Canadian Telecom more, but I notice that people hate banks more. I think it's just because people hate banks more. Like, there's always more borrowers than lenders. But that's one of the reasons, at least. But you know, on that regard, number one, the fact that Mackay was allowed to do that, but number two, that did not mark the end of his career, that he would then be able to move on. And incidentally, there was definitely some workplace drama. So I was out of RBC at the time, but like when Nixon stepped down, there was definitely palace intrigue in terms of it. Like the investment division used to be co-run by two groups, or by two guys, and one of the guys left because he was convinced that you know, he would get the CEO job. That would be his coronation. And there was definitely sort of, the rebels were sort of drug out and shot in the square at the end of that. That, or maybe the guy just left. But I'm pretty sure there was some pretty tough conversations had around that time. The Canadian bank that's actually the worst for that, at least historically, has been CIBC. And I think Scotiabank actually has a tendency to do purges, but CIBC is like the Canadian bank most likely to run into a sharp object. But yeah, I don't know. Like, while there might be other issues with the way RBC work, well, no, I know there are other issues about the way that RBC works, and particularly about the way that they incentivize certain behaviors on their frontline staff. I will at least say that the Canadian banking decision by the now CEO is an example of an environment that at least allows a more long-term perspective. I mean, obviously, for his performance review, he was going to need to find a way of making that money back. But it's one in which they were willing to, like, they were willing to acknowledge the sunk cost and not commit themselves to a very stupid decision. And I can definitely tell you that there are not a lot of workplaces I've been in that that will take that view. But I will tell, like, you know, I also got to visit a couple of game developers while I was in Vancouver and that, and I mean, it's, you know, it's a smaller environment, so you can kind of imagine them being a little bit more nimble. But obviously, they've, you know, they're a bit more willing to change it up. I mean, Red Hook Studios is a great example of this. The Corpse and the Hound update was one where it's entirely possible on Earth 2.0 somewhere, Darkest Dungeon died with the introduction of corpses. I mean, they were getting hate mail and death threats. But you know, clearly the game worked. Clearly they were able to take the feedback during the early access period and, you know, not just make a really successful game, but to follow up with a sequel that's, you know, looking very promising. So, okay, it's good to know that the work stuff is making it relatable. Like, I was probably going to keep it in anyway, but obviously if it's just, like, the one thing I don't want to do is an axe to grind. Some of the examples that I didn't include because I wanted to try and keep the word count down, and, like, everything isn't about gaming. You can talk about EA and their willingness to cancel titles while, like, when they don't hit certain milestones. Like, everybody really hated them for canceling that Star Wars game. But the thing is that people are imagining the best Star Wars game ever would have come as a result of that. But because it wasn't hitting milestones, there's no assurance that that was going to be the best Star Wars game ever. There's a lot of games that get canceled that we never hear about. And some of them probably would have been good. A lot of them probably wouldn't have been good. But I know people know that EA is a bit of a hobby horse for me, or particularly people's dislike of EA is a bit of a hobby horse for me. And I don't know. I wanted to try and avoid gaming examples, but I'm hoping that was not too offensive to people's ears and tastes. So. I'm not going to, like, invoke closure on the conversation. So if you want to keep talking about the essay, I can. But I'm guessing any feedback that's going to involve me making changes to the article, that we're not going to do any more of those. But the Geek Seeker, we were told that we had a Top Gun license for the whole way through development. They told us we did. Oh, I did not know that. I also didn't, for some reason I didn't know that you worked in games, Camerooni. I apologize. I guess the bigger question, I don't want to sound too needy on stuff, I should say, is that an article that when it's done you would consider worth reading? Or should I just, like, quietly should I keep that as marginalia? I don't remember if I looked for Bounty Hunter or not. Ah, okay, good. Even so, like, it's nice to celebrate people who've been in the arena. Okay, cool. I try not to. So the one drawback is I really like it when Miss Ariella reads my stuff because she always says I'm a good writer. But the problem is it's like TA reviews. Like, if you just read the ones that are good about you, you're not going to get better. So, you know, I try to be a little more broader in the audiences that I show stuff to, because, you know, it sucks to hear that stuff isn't perfect, but, you know, deep down you know when you're not, like, at 100. Yeah, so the tricky one there is that I wanted to try and enumerate so what that sentence was I know exactly what you're talking about, and this isn't to make an excuse for it. So the intention of that sentence was to say that 3 of the 4 items are what you would consider to be career-limiting choices. So, like, if you call a coworker helpless, stupid, or a bandit, you're in trouble. But they're not going to complain about intelligence. And the thing, I have a bad habit of doing this, like, because it's the way that I talk. It's interrupted with the list, and I only like explain that it's career limiting after the list. So you're trying to keep track of like 2 or 3 things in that sentence before it makes sense, and that's terrible writing. Like, you never should do that. It's not petty. It's actually a problem with the way that sentence is structured. And to be honest, I probably would have said, it's not great, but nobody mentioned it. So I'm actually glad that you did, specifically because now I know it's like, yeah, that is exactly the problem that I thought it did. And I'm not going to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. So I'll just like man up and change it. So I don't know how I'm going to change it, but that shouldn't be hard to do. So yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I don't think I switched back to Darkest Dungeon, did I? But yeah, so actually, this also is not a bad example about, like, so you'll notice, like, some of the stuff I took the time to, like, write and change, and other stuff I left on my own. And that's a pretty conscious choice. Basically, the decision rule on that sort of stuff is if I can add it quickly and I kind of know what I want to do, I'll throw it in right away. But one of the reasons I don't really write on stream anymore is that sometimes I just need to kind of like sit and think through on something, and then there's this dead air, and it's like, well, do I say something what I'm thinking about while chatting? Do I just stay quiet and try and find it? And in the end, I don't write as well as I could, and I was gonna gear up my group. I don't write as well as I could, and then I also don't interact as well with the chat, so it's sort of the worst of both worlds in that particular case. So I've decided to try and do, like, as you can see, I already kind of found a few things where I'm like, okay, that needs to be changed. And then, reading it out, there's the more sort of substantial elements that, I need to deal with at a future time. Yeah, no worries. So after games, you went into web content and editing and helping academics write for the web. Oh, that's really cool. So actually, I should really be listening to your advice then. Because like I said, I mean, again, in my own estimation, so I used to have a blog that I would write in every day. And I actually thought, like, without sounding too conceited about it, I actually thought I became quite a good writer doing that. And then I sort of stopped, and then for a while it would either be academic writing or it would be like just kind of notes in a journal, which is fine. Like, note taking is itself important and worthwhile, but it's very different from writing like a piece and either trying to convince someone of something or to discuss like a subject or whatever. My mouse has got, I think was it like properly set before? Because if so, it probably is an Alt-Tab thing. I wonder if I can mess with the resolution and get that back. I always just assumed that it was... Oh, I gotta restart the game. So if it's really distracting, I don't mind switching it, but I don't know if it was correct before. Okay, cool. Yeah, if it gets too annoying, it's not that hard to close out the game, but I'm conscious of the fact that I already took some time out of the stream to do stuff that wasn't Darkest Dungeon related, so I don't want to spend too much more time on that. Yeah, don't listen to me. Just help around the edges. You can never assume to write better than the person whose words are on the page. Well, I mean, but that doesn't. That definitely doesn't mean that there isn't value to be taken out of it. Like I said, the only way I'm going to get better is if I practice. Particularly if I practice with a focus to getting better. Sometimes that means getting feedback. Sometimes that means like seeing where people stumble over sentences or where the meaning isn't clear. Definitely rewriting's part of it. And every once in a while when I can, I want to try and share stuff on stream. It's just that writing on stream I found didn't really help the goal of writing well. So this was a little bit of an experiment. I didn't want to force it on people. So Olaf, if you're still awake, thank you very much for giving me the excuse to do that. But I also sort of know that people are here for games, so I don't want to abuse the privilege too much either. I just realized the time because when I watch your clips on YouTube later, it's always out. I just noticed. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so in future, I'm going to remember not to tab out of Darkest Dungeon. Also, it's half an hour into January of 2022 for me. I know those of you on the West Coast are still looking forward to the clock striking midnight, but for those of you who are in the new year with me, Happy New Year properly, and I hope it is a considerably better one than last year, even if it was a good year for you. Okay, we're going to do the Warren. So get 3 grain sacks, the swine's appetite for comestibles. I've not seen that word before. Comestibles exceeds even their thirst for blood. Winter is always close, and the hamlet would do well to restock its sparse larder. Hey, Red Hulk, how you doing? Gonna pack a little bit lighter this time. The new year here now for 16 hours. Yeah, but I don't know if you live in a real country, right?
It is not eaten. Steal their food.
I mean, like, I keep hearing these stories about the kinds of animals you're all claiming to have, and like, I just think you all probably just read too many fantasy novels. We're in a time warp, and we've got like a furry beaver animal, but it's got like a duck face. Come on. And the most poisonous spider in the world. They're all lies except for the snakes and spiders. Hey, busts.
Only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
The only bust I'm interested in is Eyes of Sin.
The match is struck. A blazing star
I'm actually kind of
is
tempted
born.
to just do sort of a snaky path like this. I have to make a 1 detour in the bottom, but drop bears though. Drop bears are real. Drop bears are real in I think it's Lightstorm Entertainment's. God, what was the game called? Infinity Wars.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
It's a lot of blocks. Sack of uneaten grain, the
Wealth
object of your
beyond
search.
measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
So yeah, we'll use the shovel.
Blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers. The light, the promise of safety.
The bleed will help me here. I think I'll pierce.
Impressive.
So I might do weakening as the once the swine marcher is done, but I think we do need to take out the stress builder. Okay, we might be able to bleed them out. It's going to be close though. Not great. Hopes of bleeding them out pretty much vanished as soon as the highwaymen got taken out. Could try the puncture. Nice.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
So we don't have any stun here, but we're clearly doing pretty well with the beat the crap out of the enemy approach.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Who can afford to get sick? Yeah, cool. And some medicinal herbs for the next table we run into. For some reason, I keep thinking we have an antiquarian with us. I might try and do something with the Swine Reaver, but probably more so with the Shield Breaker. Stop it!
Weakened.
Yeah. Does this have armor piercing? No. So, open the vein. Not nearly impressive enough. Okay, lucky.
Press
Good.
disadvantage. Give them no quarter. The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Okay, this is not a bad start. A little bit of damage, but nothing we can't heal with a weird reconstruction or something
The
similar.
way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
I think the reason I think I might have an antiquarian with me is... Let me see! I must see! Sacre bleu. Is usually on the collection missions, I inadvertently bring an antiquarian, like for the one where my pack is going to be full and I'm not going to get the benefit. Ah, cool. Just misery in this room. It's about par for the course. Although I do like this setup because it inflicts a lot of bleed on the people who are most deserving of it, so... I was debating about it because yeah, there's a few people I could have hit with that, but let's bleed out the big guy. So under normal circumstances, I would have divided the Shield Breaker onto the Swine Reaver and everybody else on the Hulking Swinotaur. At this point, I want to do as much damage as I can to the Swinotaur so they either die to the bleed or, you know, one of the punches to the face takes them out. Essentially, I'm trying to get them before they charge us. Too close. Hope the bleed adds enough. 11 damage around. I'm definitely feeling very optimistic. No! Okay, you better crit. That's not nearly enough. Although I've noticed the charge doesn't quite seem to be as devastating as it used to be. So this is a shame because normally I do like the Serpent Sway. 11 damage. I need to do a bit more. Yeah, it's probably better to hit. The Reaver, on the other hand, is going to get hit with most of the other stuff. That's not the best heal, but...
Their cursed champion falls.
I do like the Shield Breaker for their ability to sort of maneuver through different areas. That's great.
A death by inches.
The only thing that could have gone better for us would have been if we could have healed the Highwayman, but that's pretty reasonable. I'll leave the Defender's Seal back there. I have a secret room coming up, so I'm probably going to want to sacrifice some stuff.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
I should have killed the food, actually. No point in doing it now because I don't need the space, but that's definitely something I'm going to take out next time. Let me investigate. I sense the work of spirits. 2 diseases. I think the ghoul is more... Nope, they're both equally susceptible to bleed. This causes more fear, though, so the Slavering Ghoul is the prime target. Probably a Wicked... Nope, it doesn't matter. They're going to throw a spell at me. They're not. Getting lucky on the balls and chains. 5 damage, they've got 7, so we do need a little more. We can heal the Highwayman, so...
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Oh. Not quite enough to kill, but we'll still go. Wow! That's the right way to apologize for a crappy heal last turn. You're rehired, Sungif.
Great is the weapon that cuts on
I feel like it's been a while since I've seen Sungif, but generally you have to do something pretty awful to get like taken out of the running. Like there are definitely people I've spiked because I really don't want to see their names on the list again, but yeah, for the most part, like, if people just stop watching the channel, it doesn't mean that their character... Like, I don't go out of my way to kill the character. So this will be good for getting extra food. The question is whether or not the extra food's actually worth it.
A singular strike.
So I'm going to do something a little weird here, but I think this will turn out... No, damn it. All right.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
Oh, I should have left the Abyssal Artillery and Wicked Slice, the large corpse eater. I don't think I was thinking straight. Anyway, we get to focus down the corpse eater, so that's not the end of the world. I feel like this team is a bit over-leveled for...
The greater the glory.
Do you want a character, Red Hulk? It'd be nice to have the anti-venom, but it's not a huge priority.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
So I don't think we have a key.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for in blood.
So normally, like, I will heal the flagellant, even though they become stronger when they're weaker, or like when their health is lower. That doesn't mean that I go out of my way to weaken them. It's more I want to take advantage of the attacks that I can make sort of in a natural setting, and then when things get a bit more intense, they rise to the occasion. Sure. I'll do like character creation or character renaming and all of that. Oh, I should get rid of the firewood because we are definitely not going to need it this run. I tend to do that sort of stuff like in the Hamlet, so I will make sure I do it before the end of the stream. But that also goes to anybody else in here. If you don't have a character already, or if you had a character and that character has died, you are welcome to have your name attached to one of the victims. This is going to be miserable. 2 stress inducers and a Swinotaur that can charge me. Don't you dare disrupt my formation. This is one thing about the way I play. Most of my formations are very, very fragile to movement adjustment. I'm generally lucky that I don't get more surprises and just general trouble than I already do. Okay, so not quite ready to bleed out. Also not quite ready to bleed out. I don't have multiple attacks. So sometimes you just gotta let them know how mad you are. Grape Shot Blast is probably on the table though. That was a good effort. Maybe. I don't think Vulnerability Hex makes a lot of sense right now, so... 3 damage... Ugh. I better do some incredible bleed damage. Well, just enough. Okay. Grape Shot should take care of the rest.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
So this is a pretty good item. I can... Oh, no, this is easy, because I'm not going to use these. How much do I want to keep these emeralds? This is not, like, the most exciting thing that I could be taking with me, but... I don't know. Seems like a fair enough trade. So maybe that these curios are where the last of the grain is hiding. Oh, you're already stressed out. Ah. Well-rendered map of the road ahead that provides no new information. Do I even want to try it? Yes, I am. Nothing but rotting bodies.
The abyss returns even the boldest gaze.
I do like that line. I don't know why, but... I think like the fan favorite in this game is, was it glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood. And I think it's just because of the way he says baubles.
Destroyed.
I hope it's just not the Nietzsche reference that that makes me like the... Ah, that sucks. I don't have anybody to get through the stealth. Can't really afford the stress, so we'll just shuffle people around for a bit. Please continue to target this character.
Ringing ears, blurred vision.
It was blocked. What's the stress about? I probably should have healed again, but honestly, the Highwayman's not that threatened.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
So we're technically not done yet, but at this point it feels pretty safe to leave the torches behind. Oh, there's the grain. So a couple of big guys. I mean, this is not going to be an easy fight, but I'm pretty confident in our ability to deliver the win. I'm going to inflict the bleed, and like we're going to focus down the Swinotaur before I do anything else. You know what? It's one of those rare times I might want to do the vulnerability hex. Again, I'm getting pretty lucky on these. That or again, they might have just... So, I remember one of the first times I dealt with a Swinotaur, it really like messed my team up. So it could be that they've rebalanced it, but it's not that long ago that I played, so... 4 damage, we still need to deliver some hurt. Okay, he's done. Again, the other damage that people have taken isn't,
The victory.
Jesus.
Perhaps the turning point.
So it's a little unlucky for my flagellant because of the corpse, but we can still inflict bleed.
Executed.
Yeah, we knew we were going to win, so I could have healed the Highwayman as well.
Be wary.
I don't really have a good excuse for the decision I made. It was just what I did in the moment. So it seemed to me it makes more sense to take the Jade than the Citrine if I'm going to abandon something. In one sense, it probably makes even more sense for me to take the gold. Oh, well, I'm going to have to give up something anyway. I'll give up the food to get the grain sack.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
So at this point, I don't want to... So as much as I would like to explore, the only thing I'm potentially gaining is an improvement to the Jade. What I'm possibly losing is even more stress damage. So there's only one person I need to recover on this particular team. So clearly in this case, it makes more sense to go to the Hamlet than my usual, like, continue adventuring. Normally I like pushing things to the very limit, but this one was a little harder.
Tonight.
Got a fair number of busts. I bought myself some chocolate, so if you will excuse me, I'm going to enjoy a piece. I'm going to try and not make it too obvious on the mic, but just a heads up. This is what we were looking for.
A modest offering from those few surrounding farms as yet untouched by the spreading calamity.
I'm okay with this. Nearby farmers have banded together, increasing security in an effort to protect the healthy livestock and crops upon which the hamlet depends. American Gothic, nice. No, no bounty hunter. They're a ruminator. Clearly you want to put ruminators in a cloister. Okay, let's secure Chatwood of the runs first. Usually we get a bonus anyway. So I'd love to take Sungif on another run, to be completely honest, but let's get the treatments down for starters. Okay, so your time has come, Red Hulk, and indeed anyone who would like to have a character named after them, your time has come. So I don't have any real special rules on this other than if you, like, if your character, like, if somebody's already taken the, so like Plagas, Masamagoma, Camerooni, Sharp, like, these are all ones that, people have already claimed. So I won't replace someone's, like, existing avatar. But if there's a free slot, you know, feel free to let me know what your preference is for a hero. I'll let you know what's available. And I know Red Hulk was looking for... Sure. Okay, so Red Hulk and Erasmus. So the options available... Actually, I think Chia might be... I'm pretty sure Chia's... Sorry, it was Segur. So I've got Vestal, I've got an Arbalist, a Highwayman. So this is actually named after the composer of the game, but a Shield Breaker if you'd like. Houndmaster, another Highwayman, a Flagellant, Musketeer, Man-at-Arms, another Plague Doctor. I believe I'm replacing one of these... No, sorry. I've got 2 Hellions and... what is this again? Antiquarian? This Abomination is going to be replaced with a Bounty Hunter when the time comes and a Crusader. Okay, so Erasmus is going to become a Plague Doctor. I'll give you the highest level one. And pry your purple jester from your cold dead hand. I mean, you did. Admittedly, the battle against the Shrieker wasn't your finest moment, but you're still alive. You still got what you needed. All right, so Lyra is the first. Here we go. And I'm guessing you just like Erasmus. Let me know if that's. Oop. If you want that changed, I'm happy to. And Red Hulk, if you're still around, let me know what you'd like. Otherwise, I'll probably make you a Flagellant, because red for blood, or because you are persecuted in Cranky's chat for being a communist as the People's Hulk. Maybe we could make you either an Abomination, or because as the People's Hulk you're a man of the people, we could make you a Man-at-Arms. We'll give Red Hulk a little while to reply. I'm feeling like I could probably get one more... So I am at the 3-hour mark, but I do also know I spent some time on, like, reading, which probably wasn't everyone's cup of tea. So I probably have another run in me, provided it's not too long. I was sort of hoping we'd go on to some kind of a boss, but I don't have enough level 5s ready to go after them, so we'll have to save that for another run. Okay, I'm gonna make Red Hulk Flagellant, and then they can correct it when. Man, we already went through 10 other Red Hulks. For any of you who would like a character and haven't spoken up, feel free to let me know. Even if you're a YouTube viewer, I guess, let me know. Obviously, there's going to be a time difference between the two, but I'm happy to accommodate as far as I can. So I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I'd like to do. I mean, we are kind of flush with cash, so it wouldn't hurt to go back to removing some of the negative features. Let's find out who we're sending out first. Okay, so at this point we can't, like, I can't hold off. Sorry, I can hold off, but the benefits of holding off, I've got a boss in every single one of the regions now, so if I've been saving to like level up level 5 characters, you know, the time has come. So I suppose the next question is, like, what kind of level up jobs could I do? We've got the Shrieker. I mean, it's not the best team that I have for it, but it would probably get me a couple of level 3s. I could bring some people up to 4s. That gives us a chance to bring some of the named characters in. So we'd bring Kuzwalt, Cassie, Lyberg, maybe? Get a chance to bring Erasmus, although that'd leave me a little short on damage. It's medium run. Tell you what, we'll do more than one. So I'm gonna try another run on the Shrieker. Again, there's really nothing for us to bring. Doesn't have that much health. I would prefer to put more kind of damage over time on it, but ugh. I'm completely indifferent as to whether or not this abomination lives or dies, because if this was like a temporary replacement anyway. Wow, this thing's got a really high blight resist. I should probably stop trying to do that.
Such a terrible assault.
Okay, this character I'm a little more reluctant to lose. Not bad. I just don't think we're going to be able to deliver enough before the Shrieker runs. Ugh. Ooh. Okay, at least we can get an Iron Swan in.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
Now, is the Devil Bird a specific version of this, or... Oh, come on!
A hand's breadth.
So this one I wanted Fortifying Vapors on myself for sure. Oh, you just say the Shrieker, okay.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Probably not worth it in the grand scheme of things, but it was a choice I made.
Your soldiers' minds are mired in malignancy. Fear has taken root.
Despondency and ambivalence seem to be on the win. Many adventurers confess to having a troubled disposition, even here in the relative safety of the hamlet. No longer hopeless, cured some diseases. All right. Grimgold currently has the worries. So the thing I'm wondering about right now is I do have a team of 5s, and it's actually not a bad team, right? So I've got the Flagellant, I guess the one thing I don't have is a good healer. This is a very, very risky move I'm making here, but there is a way that this team can work. It really kind of depends on how good I am at moving the Flagellant around. Just trying to think if there's any other healing I want to bring.
Finally, resigned to his uncommon corporeal resilience, I lured him to the dig. There, I showed him the thing and detailed the full extent of my plans. Triumphantly, I watched as he tore his eyes from their sockets and ran shrieking into the shadows, wailing maniacally that the end was upon us all. The echoes of his mindless tittering reverberate maddeningly.
So if we can get enough warning
Curious is
that the enemy's coming up, we'll be fine.
Unwitnessed by his own eyes.
That is definitely...
The match is struck.
There's no assurance that
born.
we'll have proper preparation, though. A lot of this kind of just rests on my ability to do the camp at the right time.
The way is the path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
You know what? Hound's Harry. Well, bound to happen at some point. The only thing that sucks is that we're not going to have people, we're not going to have blood, so...
Weaken.
I definitely wouldn't have come prepared for Blight, so this sucks, but it's not the it's not the end of the world.
Is the weapon that cuts on its own.
That's gonna be a big heal. Oh, no, sorry. Gather the Blood is different than I thought. I did not realize that attacks 2 characters. We are definitely in need of quite a bit more healing than I thought.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So I'm probably gonna have to use some food to cure this.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
So if I can avoid a death's door, that's ideal. So the reason I'm not healing the shield breaker is simply because they have a way of avoiding damage through other means. So we'll try and tough it out. If I can get more damage on the flagellant, that would work. Oh yeah, I gotta do lick wounds more often. It's looking grim. Ooh.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Oh, this could get bad.
Mortality
Thank God.
clarified in a single strike.
So there is definitely a way that this goes very, very badly, but depending on the timings, great. So at least on life, it's not ideal, but it gives us something to work with. This is a pretty brutal start to the run, though. I still have one block, so let's try and be a bit more aggressive.
Their formation is broken.
Okay, everybody's healing up next.
Defensive. Sedated.
I can't believe he got another shot.
Dazed.
Jesus
Reeling.
Christ.
About to break.
This is entirely about just preserving the turn so that I can get another heal in. It's my only option.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Yeah, that's not great.
Brought low and driven into the mud.
Well, at least we found out about a secret. Does that really help me, though? Yeah. I may abandon this run, but I'm not fully.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
I'm not like fully lost on the prospect.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
If nothing else, if we can at least get to the prophet, we'll get an idea about what we need for next run.
In Radiance, may we find victory. glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
So this is also gonna suck. I'm not sure if I should be happy about this or not. It's that sweet smell that stings to my very veins. I wanted to heal, but you know what? Let's just spread the love for a bit. Surely this thing dies to bleed. I'm not going to take any more chances. Let's do the Serpent Sway. If nothing else, it lets me focus my healing a bit more. Okay, lucky.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
So gather the blood on the Houndmaster is not that bad for two reasons. One, the fact that they're a healer, but also two, the fact that they already have the Crimson Curse. I've never understood why they can still heal off of that, but still want to spread it out. Like, I do like to heal characters, but it's like ruining people with you know, well-timed hits is
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
the better option. Okay, I mean, this is the character that would have healed, right? Oh, well, would have healed if they weren't stunned. Jesus. So we still need...
Slowly, gently.
So
This
net
is
loss
how life
for
is taken.
health. This stress is not going to help. Okay, valuable intel coming up. Cool. As much as I would like to explore this stuff, we have one goal. And the closer I can get to the final battle without using a firewood, the happier I am. Funny thing is, I was originally going to head down here, then I said, but I get a nice little loop that I can go through it. Surely that's the right call. Nope. Should have gone the other way. Okay, let's see what we're up against. Look, it's not my favorite, but we should be able to handle this. Bleed means nothing, so just hit the weakest thing we can with the heaviest thing we can. God damn it. I'm pretty sure this guy calls reinforcements. So this is one of these cases we're not using the shield because we need to end this.
Exposed to a killing.
Alright, I'll take it. Oh, that's beautiful. God damn it.
A singular strike.
Turn down that rocket! Could have been worse. It's worse.
Obliterated.
So I might give the Houndmaster a heal. Oh, you s... I'd love to have done the damage to the bone shield wall, but clearly healing the party is so much more valuable here. Ugh. There's just too much healing to go. I don't have any stuns. Serpent Sway is a bad choice here. I mean, there's the chance that they get targeted, but I need to be a little more focused on just like being an active participant. So I got a little extra food.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Well,
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
probably shouldn't have done that on the Worrier, because he's gonna get a heart attack soon. Let's see what we're up against. Oh, wait, that's next room.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
If we get to wasting, that's going to be
The light,
particularly
the promise
dangerous
of
against
safety.
the Prophet as well. This is potentially a run ender. Actually, I should have focused them down. That was the wrong call. So I will shield. I get so much more watching someone else play this game than playing it. Thank you. I mean, okay, so like the worst. Oh, all right. The worst that happens is I abandon the run. Like, we're pretty wealthy. Like, this isn't. Like, there can be worse, considerably worse scenarios for us. But I also don't want to be like Dustin Hoffman and. I don't want to be like Dustin Hoffman and Wag the Dog. This is nothing. This is nothing. Like there's definitely ways that this can run away from me and quick. Jesus, it's got one lucky crit and then everything else has been failing. Thank you for your contributions to morale. I don't think it matters which one we do, but actually, should double check. I'm not going to do the Serpent Sway again because we really need to get through the protection. If it was only one enemy, I would have healed, but there we go. Okay, it's like the one person I would want to have
Perched
hit.
at the very precipice of oblivion.
I have to heal here, otherwise I'm not going to get the heal for my Flagellum. So, shield, please? Yes! Alright, that turned out very, very well for us.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Well, you're the one I want. You want the damage on. What are we up against? I'm assuming, yeah, I'm assuming the boss has to be in the last room, so... But how much you want to bet we go to wasting just in time for the profit? There is actually a very, very small side of me which says we don't use the firewood because of the potential for getting ambushed, but I don't think that's the right call.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
Okay, so let's see if we can avoid ambush first. No. So I'm gonna try and buff everyone first. So it doesn't seem like there's much. One companion can't be marked. I don't think that's gonna be the mark that I want to avoid. So there's two possibilities. The shield breaker might have a dream, and we might get ambushed here. Either of which is really, really bad for us.
Secrets
God
and wonders
damn it.
can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place.
We're gonna lose so much health to this thing. It's funny too, because the only thing I was really gaining was the health for the I guess we can't run? Okay. Maybe we can, but the only thing we really gained was the health for the flagellant. We just gained a ton of stress, and there's not a ton to show for it. I think it's better for me to try and kill everything as quickly as possible, so no shields. We'll count the cost later. Ooh. Okay.
A powerful blow.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just heal then. This better land.
Precision and power.
So, I think we're worse off than when we started.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
So this is gonna suck if we get a hunger event on the way to the prophet, but... Oh, Jesus Christ, we got a battle too? Alright, this... We've had worse. Hound's Harry, so we could... Jesus Christ.
The ground quakes.
I think I'll Serpent Sway just because we've already made good progress on this one. Unless I have a... Yeah, Serpent Sway is the right call. They'll get a couple free hits on us, which isn't good, but...
Ringing ears. Blurred vision. The end approaches.
Wow! That was even with a 15% reduction on virtue chance.
A death by inches.
So I don't know if their abilities get worse when they're close like this. I didn't think this through. I should have moved the highwayman up. Cool. Okay.
Devastating blow.
The consequences weren't that bad then.
Be wary.
That's still not enough for us to,
Precipitates a dizzying fall.
like, to survive a hunger event, but... And he's wasting, so this is very dangerous when coming up against the Prophet. But we're gonna jump in.
The madman
So,
hides there.
These are worth money.
Spouting his mindless drivel.
I'm gonna start with a Serpent Sway.
Impressive.
And at this point, it's just as much damage as we can possibly do on this guy while we can. Hound's Rush is the, yeah. So, bleed, bleed, bleed. Oh. The, that stun is gonna... That stun is really gonna ruin the plan. I got so goddamn lucky on that. But it's entirely possible that that he dies because of the stun. Yeah, this is the right call. So the two characters I want active this turn are... Okay. Again, getting lucky. Man, I gotta bring this Highwayman more often. Alright, I would have preferred to do damage, but... So, good news here is we've got the shield. Well, not really, because I'm going to move forward. Screw it. We're really sucking on the hits. Like, we're doing some chip damage, but this is really taking too long. Okay, I'm gonna need to shield up again. And we do have Blight now, so the rubble's gonna hurt. So this could kill me.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
Okay, we're definitely shielding here. Okay, good. This is kind of why I said the shield breaker would be a good choice here. Yeah, it's only 4 damage around. God damn it.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
So if I had something that I could go back with, well, like reliable that I could go back with.
Ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
No! Oh, and I'm out. Okay. No healing. Oh, they could have warned me. I guess they probably did, just in a way I didn't recognize. So Plagas may meet their end in one of two terrible ways.
More blood soaks the soil.
That's not at all surprising. We did, however, just lose a major healer, so... But, I mean, we're also really close to taking this out, so it's all hands on deck, just as much damage as we can pump out on this thing. And don't let them die in vain. There's nothing we can do about the damage that we're about to take, so again, we inflict as much as we can on the Prophet. Okay, that stun's possibly going to kill the Houndmaster. So the problem is that we might survive the Blight, but there's going to be 2 turns now of Blight. So under normal circumstances, I would try and defend the Shield Breaker, but 14 health, 4 damage per round from bleed. We just killed them. This is guaranteed to kill him. Okay, so under normal circumstances, I would consider trying to break the Pew for money. The catch here is that if I can kill this Prophet, I don't need to worry about the turn killing the Houndmaster, so...
Did he foresee his own demise? I care not, so long as he remains dead.
Alright, so I definitely want to recover the valuable Flagellant gear. Am I willing to give up a protection stone? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, the rest of this stuff's pretty valuable, so... Let's get back to the Hamlet. So, I'm sad that we lost... I mean, that could have been another level 6 Flagellant that we walked away with, but... It was... we didn't even know that we would be taking on... Like, we didn't even know that we would be staying for the fight, so, you know, these things happen. It's a shame, but it's a risk. It's a risk I took, and it's one that I don't entirely feel bad about losing. I feel bad about Plague. I don't know if Plague. It's been a while since I've seen Plagus, but that just might be because they like lurking. So Plagus, if you would like your offspring to visit, feel free. We did get a bunch of level 6s though, so I mean. We gave up 1 level 5 in order to level up 6 new heroes. I think that is a very reasonable trade-off.
Once, our estate was the envy of this land.
So, the bosses we need to take on. The 16-pounder, the Swine God, the Formless Flesh. I think that's in the ruins. The Drowned Crew, and then we move on to the Darkest Dungeon. Well, I guess there's the Sleeper, too, from the Sleeper and the Countess from the DLC, but... A10 Gold System, been looking at all Steam sales, and you came upon a game called Battletech. It seems kind of like Phantom Brigade. Have you played it before? I have. I was actually a Kickstarter backer on that game before Harebrained Schemes was bought by... Paradox. So it is less cinematic than Phantom Brigade. It's more of a proper turn-based game. It's actually quite faithful to the tabletop game that it's based off of. And what I really like about it is that so Jordan Weissman is the founder of Harebrained Schemes, and Jordan Weissman was also a founder of a company called FASA, which published Battletech along with Shadowrun, and they kind of sold those licenses to Microsoft, and sort of Harebrained Schemes reacquired them so they could make it. So essentially it's the originators of that game coming back to the material. And the reason I highlight that is because a really big thing about Battletech was not just the fact that it was a cool tabletop war game where you'd have mechs. There's also combined arms to it, so like you could have tanks and infantry and all of that. But honestly, you play that game for the mechs. But one thing that's important to remember about the tabletop experience was that it was available on pretty much every kind of media you could see. There was there's a cartoon with it. There was there's tons of books. There were virtual reality centers. Actually, apparently some of those machines are still running. It's the basis for the MechWarrior games that Activision used to publish, and then now Piranha Games publishes. There's been a lot of BattleTech content, and what I really liked about that game was that it was as focused on the idea of telling a story in this very, elaborate. It's not like Warhammer 40K, like in depth, but it's definitely a very rich world that they've created. And it very much ties into a lot of what made that a really interesting tabletop game. I mean, it's still a going concern, but like it's different from apparently what the original sort of used to be. So if you like turn-based strategy games, I like that game quite a bit. It's a little bit of a different pace than Phantom Brigade, but not in a bad way. And then I think it's got a very good story that's sort of told through these nice kind of cutscenes. I found it quite rewarding to play, and it's definitely a very gifted team of game developers returning to a property that they certainly kind of built their reputation on, and I think they did it very well. So I was well disposed towards that game because I really liked Harebrained Scheme's previous games as well as the BattleTech franchise on its own. But I was very pleased as a fan, later fan to the tabletop game. I think I played it when Catalyst owned it, but it's definitely one that I have very fond memories of. I did the whole campaign on stream along with the DLC. So yeah, A10. I mean, so the one thing I am in constant fear about is to speak very high, because the one thing to know about me is that I get very enthusiastic about games. I've actually played very few games that I don't like. Hey, we got a Flagellant right in time, so I'll add Bertrand to the roster, and I think I can ditch one of the Hellions if I'm not mistaken. Yep.
This one has become vestigial, useless.
But yeah, so like I always feel very conscious about the possibility of being very enthusiastic about games. Like there was a game, what was it called? Slay, I think. And it was people like really like the pixel art style of it. And I had a good enough time in the game, but like the consensus was that it wasn't a very good game, and they actually took the time to sort of rebuild it. And I kind of gave me pause because I didn't like the idea that people might have bought something that they didn't enjoy based on my recommendation. So I always feel a little conscious of that, because it's not, it's definitely not that I say I like stuff that I don't enjoy. I do genuinely like the games that I play. I just also know that I'm not, like I said, I'm easily pleased. But yeah, with that in mind, the only thing I would say about that, the chief difference between Phantom Brigade and BattleTech is that BattleTech is much more like XCOM in the sense that you take your turn and like the enemy takes. It's not exactly like that. I think there's an initiative system. So like you move a unit, and then the enemy moves a unit, then you move a unit, then an enemy moves a unit. And then like if it's on an even number, there's a couple of adjustments that they make along those lines. And then there's a bit more control over how you aim your weapons, so you can do targeted shots in a way that's more implied in Phantom Brigade. So I would definitely say that the only consideration I would give for you is that you are investing in investing in is probably not the right term, but like when you're buying, like if you consider it as an investment in your entertainment is maybe what I'm trying to say, you are signing up for a bit more of a strategic experience in the sense that you're going to have a bit more customization about what your pilots can do. That's also going to be true for Phantom Brigade, by the way, but the abilities are going to matter a little bit more. you are going to have a bit of precision and have to decide, you know, maybe I want to move this unit over here so I can get sight that will allow me to fire my missiles on a unit over there. And a lot of that stuff isn't very appropriate for Phantom Brigade, because Phantom Brigade's a lot more about these, you know, really spectacular 5-second encounters where you know what the enemy is going to be doing, so half of the time it's just you making your team look really cool. And I really do believe, like, I love both types of games. They're just different. They're different experience for me. Like, if you think about Phantom Brigade, you can only ever be doing two things at one time, right? You can be moving and firing, and then some of the units will take, or some of the actions you take will be taking up both the action and the movement. So something like your thrusters. And so there's a certain constraint on the number of things that you can do in any given turn. Whereas Battletech, you know, you're going to be making movement decisions, and how quickly you move is going to have a specific effect on how hard you are to target. And then again, vision is going to matter because that's going to decide whether or not you can fire your missiles. You may want to take a lower chance to hit in order to hit a particularly vulnerable part of a mech. On the other hand, you know, you may want to just try and eliminate the mech as quickly as possible and just fire everything at it, but that's going to cause the scrap to go down. And it is actually a viable option in Battletech to see that you've suffered too many losses, that the mission's just not worth it. And so you can bug out, and, you know, yes, your employer will be mad at you, but you don't really care because you're a mercenary company. And, you know, yes, your reputation is one thing, but, you know, no contract's worth dying over. So again, like, it's a different experience in terms of the parts of your brain that you're using. But if you like turn-based games, it's excellent. If you like story-based games, and if you like, you know, if you kind of like knowing the reason for why these people are fighting, I actually think Battletech did one of the better jobs of really motivating the actions of, you know, of the people that you do the battles with. And then of course the mech customization is tons of fun. Like I said, they really captured the experience of the board game, and the board game is certainly one that I enjoyed playing quite a bit, or tabletop game. So for me, I thought the game was excellent, and I really enjoyed it. And the only thing I would want to disclose is that it is something I was a Kickstarter backer for. So if I didn't like it, I'd say I didn't like it, but I was also kind of predisposed to like the game, you know, no matter what. So that's probably more than you were bargaining for in terms of an answer. But I kind of feel like I owe it to people to give them a, you know, an appropriately fulsome response. Like I don't want some of the stuff to be implied when it should be explicit. So I'm really not sure what I should do with Montfiquet. I can send him on a mission and get them to drink the blood. I think what I'm going to do is they'll get the bar to themselves. The rest are going to heal up in another area. Osmont has a sickness I'd like to get rid of, but I might have a... So I can send a junior team to the ruins. I think I will. Cool, yeah, and I mean, my YouTube's a mess, so I absolutely don't blame anyone for saying, you know, it's not worth it to take a look. But if you search long enough, you will definitely be able to find videos of me playing Battletech. They're older, but actually, sorry, there is one other thing I want to say about the Battletech game, and this is more just about like a game thing in general. One choice I really liked about the Battletech, the choice for the Battletech campaign, they got John Everest to do the score. I believe he also did Shadowrun Dragonfall, which, by the way, for those of you who like CRPGs, If you have not played Shadowrun Dragonfall, that is a very, very high recommendation. That is probably one of my favorite stories in a CRPG. So, like, if you like sort of a Baldur's Gate-ish sort of thing, but maybe a little bit more XCOM-ish kind of combat, Dragonfall is definitely worth your time. Also, actually, I don't think I was a Kickstarter backer on that one. So I was a Kickstarter backer on Hong Kong, which is also very good. But Dragonfall, I think I bought. But the choice, so like when you have mechs, and Phantom Brigade's made the same decision as well. When you have mechs, usually the implication, especially like the BattleTech mechs, which are kind of a bit heavier, and definitely if you're looking at an Atlas, like they're bulkier and just and in the case of so you kind of usually think like heavy metal is the choice, and they went for an orchestral score, which is what Phantom Brigade does as well. But what I also liked was for the last DLC they did, they called heavy metal, and it's really obvious in the teaser for that. They're like, okay, we're finally going to unleash the electric guitars. You've been waiting long enough. You've been patient. We'll give you the electric guitars now, which I thought was kind of funny. But yeah, the BattleTech score is actually, I think, a very good one. I also think that's true for Phantom Brigade, but BattleTech sort of was earlier, so I get to give the tip of the hat to John Everest. Why am I not doing anything with you? Okay, so I'm already an hour past where I was going to be, and it's well into New Year's, but it is also just a short one in the ruins. So let's run in with some training people and get our flagellant on the way to healing. And we're gonna go nuts and make it a no torch run. Actually, 810 Gold raises a good point. So I am kind of watching my budget a little bit more, but
the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign.
But if anybody has some recommendations for games on the Steam sale or the Epic sale, I don't have a preference for platform. But if you do have recommendations, I am looking to, stock up if I can. I should have made sure I had the right abilities. So I've kind of accepted that we're probably going to have a ton of stress on this, and I've just learned to make my peace with that. So no point in hitting this character because they're going to die to the Blight.
As the fiend falls,
so if we have a chance to heal, we will, but yeah, didn't turn out.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a
Map is found
trick
tucked
of
into the
light?
volumes. This is 90% of rooms, so I'm assuming it's not going to give me the credit for exploring something I haven't actually gone into, so I don't think I have anybody who's good with traps here. I don't even have the option of taking that thing on. Not until I find a torch, at least. God, I keep forgetting to change the abilities.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Did you read my blog?
Back to the pit. Another one falls. As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Oh! Okay, so we just straight up don't have... Right, of course, because they were a new recruit. I didn't even try. Alright, my bad.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
Curried favor with the gods. This is a very, very straightforward mission.
Much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
Alright, the surprise is unwelcome, but I think we can get through it. We may lose the first turn to maneuvering. So they can self-heal, that's not the end of the world.
Knowing uncertainty, the birthplace of dread.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
It might have been better to wait for them to fall to the bleed and blight on their own, but it's too late to change that now.
Precision and power.
So one big problem here is I don't have much of a heal for the Crusader. Generally, I fear the Arbalest a little bit more.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay, so I would kind of prefer to have a bit more health. Yeah, we're doing okay. I gotta be a little more careful for the next couple of battles. We do have something that can heal a companion, but unless something catastrophic happens, we should be able to get through.
Those who covet injury find it in no short supply.
You know what? Fortifying Vapors on self. I don't want to waste any heals on this unit if I can avoid it. Looks like that was the right call.
Dazed, reeling.
Okay, well... Again, the Flagellant is not necessarily the character that you're too worried about getting damaged, so... let's spit up. I know they're going to get a heal in a second anyway, so I'm not too fussed.
A death
Cool.
by inches. Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
So all the difficulty is purely a function of the choices I've made here, right? Like I'm the one who chose not to bring torches, and it's just because it gives me a chance to be a bit greedy. I've accepted that these heroes are going to be de-stressing in town next, and that's fine because I'm probably going to want to trade up another group of level 3s. Oh, one of them is a stress eater. So it's going to be hard to hit the back row, but we'll do the best with what we've got. I think Festering Vapors in the back row is probably the right call. If I need, I can use Absolution for the Abomination. I just prefer to avoid that.
Hold fast or expire.
I'm gonna try and go on the offensive on this.
A powerful blow.
Oof. Trying to make my Antiquarian have a heart attack.
Impressive.
I see what you're doing. Probably need to do Absolution here. Definitely need to do Absolution.
Blow.
Nope, maybe not.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
We're not even necessarily in a bad spot. Like, the enemies are quite weak. It's just a question of who can deliver the killing blows, and can they do it in a way that can they do it in a way that lets us get some extra heals in. So, like, for instance, a Zealous Accusation would work wonders here, but my Crusader's not going to be able to do that. So I'm going to take the risk with the Abomination. I'm going to have to get stressed because of this. Damn it.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
It's 4 damage around. They've got 2, so now's the time for healing. Right, that's only on allies. We can move. Oh, but does Absolution work in position 1? Yes, it does. Doesn't matter.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Okay, so I've got enough for feeding again. One more battle, and I probably won't even need to take it. But obviously, the more curios, the better a chance I have to get stuff. Yeah, that's nothing to worry about. I don't want to be stupid about it. Like, I do need to make sure that we don't take too much damage, but we should be able to see the contents of the sack. Have you seen my blog?
Executed with impunity. Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
I don't know why they insist on not moving when you're not in battle. It doesn't really seem to accomplish a whole lot. Alright, well, we fought for nothing. I do have the option of going all the way back for this curio, but I do believe it's possible that we run into different, like, we can run into some more enemies as well as occasional blockages. So, I don't know, do I really want to spend all the time going through all these rooms to check out one curio? Not really. We already did well for finances. We'll be able to pay for the treatment.
Ancestry are beginning to feel familiar.
So yeah, we're going to definitely spend less than 10,000 on healing the stress of the team, and we've got some more crests to show for it. Busts would be better, but and we got a level.
All my life I could feel an insistent gnawing in the back of my mind. It was a yearning, a thirst for discovery that could be neither numbed nor sated.
Interesting. So Grimo didn't really make... Should have thought that through. Yeah, so they're going to want the Penance Hall. That's fine, though. It just means I won't let Monfique do anything. Okay. Should have checked the stagecoach. No bounty hunter still. We need 60 busts. Survivalists now at the top level, and I can't remember, there was definitely some stuff we were going to build. Bank is actually very tempting. Is there anything else that I can do with paintings? House of the Yellow Hand, Bounty Hunter, Grave Robber, and Highwayman get buffs. So, as nice as it is to get extra gold... Man, I have 5% on... So I'm going to think this through. So that means I basically go back to the start as far as the portraits are concerned. So like, here's the thing. The gold I currently have is worth, like, so I'm looking at about 5,000, well, closer to about 6,000 interest. So like if you want the fast way of calculating that, basically you say, okay, well 10%, knock off the last digit, so you get 11,400, and then you divide that by 2, and that's, you know, that's how you get it. So like 5,700 basically and change. Like, that's not nothing, right? The mission that I just went on got me 3,000 gold. So it's equivalent to me doing a free short mission every turn. As long as, you know, I've got, 114,000 in the bank. But, like, what does money really get me, right? Like, how many more things do I really want to stuff in my pack? And then I contrast that to something like House of the Yellow Hand, where that scouting chance, like every single time I go after a boss, that's going to mean more, that's going to mean another chance for me to know where the boss is and to be able to use my firewood more effectively. the Altar of the Light, right? Plus 10% to healing skills. You know, my Vestal becomes amazing. My Flagellant becomes amazing. And you can kind of make the same argument for a lot of these. So the one that does intrigue me here is the Athenum, because normally I've said this doesn't, this hasn't quite impressed me, but let me just, in that light, let me see like what else I would use the deeds for. So I do like this one, the Red Hook, a monument with no purpose except proclamation of one's dedication. So I do like that. So yeah, the altar. Oh, no, sorry. Well, I already know it's the Altar of Light that I want more than the Anthemium. Right. Okay. No, I definitely remember what I wanted there. Yeah, honestly, just saving up is the right call here. So, I think I'm done for tonight. It's an hour and a half past when I would normally finish. We're well into the new year. Happy New Year to everyone again. I am kind of happy that we're continuing on our sort of our pattern of defeating a boss each run. We may end that streak next time, like next stream, because we've got a number of level 3 people who are, you know, not quite ready. Again, I've been reluctant to use my level 6s just because, you know, taking on a big boss is always a nice chance to, you know, to get people from that level 5 to level 6. But I don't know. We'll be fine. We've got ruins, we've got warrens to bring some level 3 people up. If I want to go hunting for some blood, and honestly, like if I want to mess around a little bit, I got a whole bunch of level 6s to send to the Endless Harvest. There's still stuff we can do inside there. So, and I mean, if we want to try and kill the cultist, right? It's level 6. Like there's really nothing saying I can't go to the courtyard. Just, you know, I'm not quite ready for it yet. We will, but there's other stuff I want to do first, because we're gonna have to search out the Countess too. Like there's gonna be a lot of level 6 people who are gonna get stressed out, and the more I do this, the more likely I'm gonna have Crimson Curse, and they're gonna start infecting other people. Like now that we're at a high infestation, this is definitely going to be something that I need to deal with, and that I need to sort of think about how I'm going to mitigate. But I don't know. It would feel better if I kind of cleared out some of the base content first, and then we could maybe make the courtyard our dress rehearsal for the Darkest Dungeon. And of course, I've never tried the Butch's Circus, so I think that's a multiplayer thing. So I'm probably not going to try that on stream, but maybe I will. Who knows? But yes, thank you, Erasmus, for hanging out. Olaf has probably gone to bed, but thank you to him. Thank you for those of you who hung out during the reading part. I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, but I do find it helpful, and I particularly find it helpful if I do it in front of people, because I'm not allowed to pretend I said or wrote things that I didn't. So, Wobin, Happy New Year to you. Thank you for stopping by. Overall plans for next week. I know I've been missing the Monday streams quite a bit, and unfortunately that's just because of when the Canadian holidays have been distributed this year. So next Monday is a holiday. I have been on a roll on some of the other stuff that I wanted to be getting, so I will put it to you this way. I'm serving 2 masters on this front. In one sense, I would like to get back to doing a bit more Stellaris on time. I've definitely kind of recovered the run, so I'm feeling a bit better about that playthrough. But I also think it's really important for me to make sure that I keep an appropriate balance between, you know, the different things that I'm doing, because I like streaming. I'm not going to stop streaming anytime soon. But I do also need to make sure that that doesn't become something that eats up all of my time. So, I will say that I consider Monday optional. I'm not ruling out the possibility of streaming it on Monday, but it depends on how I'm feeling, and specifically if there are other things I need to get done first. However, the following Monday we will definitely be back to Stellaris, and it will require me to be like impossibly sick to not do it. Tuesday I'm gonna make sure I have another Elder Scrolls episode recorded. It's been a little hard to get those recorded on time, so I'm gonna try and do that in good time tomorrow. It's actually one of the reasons I'm ending now, because even though it's 2 a.m., I can still probably get a good night's sleep before recording the vodcast. Again, I'm not live for those, but I do try to hang out and chat for as long as I can and interact. Sometimes I do get pulled away for other things. I've sometimes just had a nap unintentionally. It's just I don't get enough sleep sometimes, so that happens. Also for live stuff, Wednesday I'll probably do Phantom Brigade, but I believe that is the Wednesday before the next Industries of Titan update. So if I can finish off my Industries of Titan run, that might be slightly better. We'll see. Either it'll be Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan for sure. And then of course a week from now we'll be back to Darkest Dungeon. Whether or not I kill a boss, it'll definitely be something that I'm looking forward to. So thank you all for hanging out again. Oh, game recommendation you asked for earlier. Apparently Wildermyth is amazing. Out of your budget at the moment, so you can't recommend it firsthand. Thanks for the stream. No problem at all. And yeah, Wildermyth, I suspect probably isn't on sale because it just got a recent, I think it was just released. Sorry. I think it was recently released. But I also think it might be on Game Pass, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just take a quick look. I'm curious about this. You don't have to kill a boss, just don't kill you. Well, you know, you might come back from the dead. That sometimes happens. Sorry, you've got me really curious now. So my computer's taken a while to load the Game Pass library. I've actually been... Oh, 25%. Wow. That thing just came out like a month ago. I'm surprised that they are already putting it on a 25% discount. I mean, if it's sold, well, I suppose... Well, no, that's not the right way of thinking about it. Like, you want to finance your next game. Like, it's not a guarantee that your next game's going to be a hit. So, you know, you probably want to make sure... Like, presumably they priced the game at what they thought was fair. Or maybe time has just passed a lot faster than I thought it did. Okay. Oh, there's still Yakuza games. That's interesting. I thought the Yakuza games were gone. Maybe I won't get an early bedtime. No Wildermyth. Okay. Huh. For some reason I thought that was on Game Pass. I'm actually quite happy with Xbox Game Pass. The only thing, or Microsoft Game Pass, sorry, I know they're trying to brand it independently of Xbox, or at least as a Microsoft product. The only thing is that I notice things kind of get added and depart quite quickly, and I don't quite feel like, oh yeah, no, Yakuza totally is leaving today. I guess it's like midnight today, though. Oh, interesting, because like on the PC it says leaving 1/1/22, so it could be that it's like midnight, or maybe it's Pacific time. Because I mean, Microsoft's still headquartered in Seattle, aren't they? Anyways, it doesn't matter. This is such a ridiculously long goodbye, and there's like no reason for it to be. So I'm sorry. What is time exactly? So yeah, maybe I have another hour of Yakuza. But yeah, I don't know. I will try what I can. My only complaint about Game Pass, honestly, is that I like the variety. I like the fact that I get to try stuff. It's very obvious that unless it's something owned by Microsoft, this is a chance to try something out. And if you like it, you buy it. And from the data that they've been sharing, it does seem to be that more people are trying things out and finding the stuff that they like. And it doesn't mean that they stop buying games, all of which I think is really good. But I'm really, really trying to make sure that like my life is not gaming. I am trying not to organize my life around what video games I play. And it means I have a big backlog, and it means that I don't get to spend the time on the stuff that I really, would probably enjoy. But I mean, let's face it, right? There's more life than gaming. So, you know, I do my best to manage my time, but it does sometimes mean I don't get to try stuff on the Game Pass. Anyways, you've all been really patient with me. I did shout out Night Valian. He's actually also the only person who's streaming who isn't RiffTrax. So I'm going to leave you in his very capable hands. He is a soft-voiced Brazilian, plays a lot of indies, open worlds, a lot of Xbox Game Pass, Microsoft Game Pass games. And I know he's looking to grow his channel. I'm sure that is something that he wants to focus on in the new year. So if you can give him a bit of support, or at the very least hang out and see if it's your kind of thing, that would mean a lot to me. But finally, I do wish you all the best in the new year. I hope I get a chance to see more of you by the stream. I hope I do better and either grow or at least entertain you more. And I appreciate you spending the opening hours with me. So I will see some of you in a couple of days. I'll see some of you in a week. And thank you for the game recommendations, the chat, everything else. And have a good one.